Hello, 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 hello. Happy Thursday, everybody. So, what did I do last time? I don't even remember. Tuesday's kind of a blur. I've been a little bit sick all week, and I'm still feeling it, so I'm like, what even did I build on Tuesday? Did I build this? I think we built this on Tuesday. Or maybe this was last week. And we did, yeah. Nexalit? Was Nexalit Tuesday or was Nexalit last week? I really don't even remember. What I know for sure we did do on Tuesday was all of this. So this is fiberboard, and then cotton gut food, and then a cotton gut stud breeder. And this is because we don't have enough cotton gut studs for all of the cotton gut, these Prandium labs that we're going to need for the scale that we want for Pi Science 2. So we got to get cotton guts running again. This absolutely is not a long-term stable build. We're, dumping wastewater into a tank here, but it will, it'll get the job done. Oh, I never hooked water up to this. So no, it won't get the job done. Let's go hook water up to that. And then we'll take a look at our to-do list and figure out what the next things to push towards need to be. I could start... Oh! Right. Yeah, we gotta do this. Okay, I don't know how it's possible for my satisfaction to dip to 600 megawatts. That seems silly. At any rate, we do need to work on power. So let's get the cotton guts fixed up, and then we'll get power fixed up. So, did I just say that I'm missing... Yeah, I'm just missing water right here. Oh, is that too far? Really? Oh. Fine. Alright, there we go. That should turn on this, which will turn on fish eggs. Alright, these guys still don't have cotton gut food. How's cotton gut food going? That's waiting on Relesia seeds. And it's waiting on Relesia seeds because... This is making Relesia seeds. Oh, because I prioritized the seeds to go to... Okay, this doesn't need to be a prioritized splitter. This can be a normal splitter. It'll eventually figure itself out as to which way backs up. It'll either back up on the, whatever this is. It'll either back up on the starch or it'll back up on the seeds going the other way. I don't really care which one backs up. It doesn't matter. So let's, needs 2 seeds and 4 starch, and we get 3 starch from a lot of seeds. So yeah, this will probably back up on seeds this way. So that prioritization was probably actually the right thing to do, but I want to just get this turned on. And then did I forget to actually do a pickup station for the cotton gut food? Does this just make it and then leave it? Yes, it does. Like I said, I was kind of sick, and I'm still kind of sick. And you can see that some things got missed. Okay, let's get a pickup station going for the cotton gut food. That's a silly thing to have forgotten during a build, though, is just the entire station for the item that you made. This will theoretically only make 0.4 of these a second, so that is fine with 1 outserter. And 1 outserter here. Okay. And then, yeah, this system will probably take a little while to back up, which means we might have some fish eggs spoil in the interim. And that's fine. That's what this warehouse is for. But I believe I set the thresholds on this lower, right? Yeah, threshold is 10, and we're requesting smaller amounts of things. So this will only need 10 stacks of cotton gut food, which is still a lot, mind you. Before it backs up, but like we've already got a stack of it. I'm not too worried about that. We can let that run for a long time. There's a bunch of other stuff that needs to be built up before we actually need our cotton gut studs. Let's go work on power, because apparently power's broken. So if we go up here, actually, these 2 modules are 1 fully functional power plant. Okay, yeah, so these run if there's buffer space in... Yeah, I want to keep this part the same, I think. This is some fancy logic around the... well, I say, quote, fancy logic. It's not that fancy. It is some logic around how we top up the molten salt into the system. That makes sure that we always have a little bit of... a little bit of elasticity on both sides of the molten salt loop. And that is fine. Oh, this, however, is not fine. Agar isn't quite spoiling when it gets to this machine. Interesting. Okay, we might have to tweak that so we have a little more space there, and presumably it's going to have the same problem on this side. Yes, kind of. Alright, but anyway, we need to build basically another one of this double module. This is the early sort of prototype version of the power plant, and I hate it. It has... What is that? 9 of those. How many does one of these run? 12. Yeah. You can see this is running off of, like, I think a slightly differently ratioed... I mean, it's slightly different everything. So let's just go ahead and, like, grab this as a blueprint. Just so I can kind of see what I need from it. And then what I'm going to actually do is I'm going to take apart the other... I'm not sure the power poles and the... I can't zoom in far enough to see that. But what we need to do is I want to take this one apart. So we're going to have a bunch of stuff that we need to add for this power plant, like machine-wise. So, like, we need so many... How is it an odd number of moss farms? What did I do? Did I mess something up when I copied and pasted this? Yeah, that should be 13. The fact that this is not buffering any moss concerns me, though. Because I think there should be at least a little bit of moss buffered. But anyway, are there only 12 of them over here? Indeed, there are only 12 of them over here. Okay, so there's at least one bug. A copy and paste error. So let's fix that before we templatize this. Is that why this is red? Yep, no moss. Fancy. That's not enough to, like, break this whole thing. That's just... Obviously, our power demand differences are far beyond that, right? Oh, the other thing I need to figure out... We've got 12 of these, which each put out half a moss. No, that's 6 moss a second. Okay. So that'll all fit on half a belt, but I guess... you know, whatever. We only run 11 and change of them for the amount of ash that we need or something like that. Okay, but basically we need to build 2 more of these. So let me see. Did I maintain... I think it might be easier to put this into YAFC rather than... I get rid of the biomass power. I did. I cleaned out a bunch of my old tabs. So we're going to have to rebuild this. Biomass power. And we're going to build it based off of... we're going to make log. We're going to make log from ash, muddy sludge, and CO2. Because this is the best recipe we have. And we're going to build... Let's see, how many of these do I have in a single one? I've got 3 of these. Okay. So I think this is how I scaled this, was I said I want 3 of these. And if we do tree seedlings, we should get 4 automatically. Yes. If we do moss, we should get 13 of them. 12 and a half. Beautiful. Okay, this is the build. We'll get ash from biomass. And then the logs go to wood. The wood goes to... We're using the fiber turd. Here we go. And then we do raw fiber into fiber. And then we'll turn the rest of the biomass into CO2. And you can see that's not quite enough CO2. So we need a little bit more, and we top that off from moondrops. Missed tree seeds in here somewhere. Yeah, there we go. All right, and then the fiber gets used as a fuel for the hot molten salts, in a biomass power plant. 11.4, that's 12. That is what I have, I think, in sort of each of these half modules. Yes, 12. All right, so we're going to need basically 2 sets of this, and the reason I'm doing it scaled around the 3 forestries and not going up to the full scale is because I don't want to... We have things that are, like, fractional, but we're still going to build it in 2 halves, and I don't want YAFC to, like, compact that in. So that is why we're doing that. And then we're going to have a few more, like, ancillary pieces that we need, and I will add those separately to my requests. The other thing we need is we need the bio-crud, and we do that from agar spoiling, agar, and seaweed, I think, is just the water recipe that we're using, because it's like 15 of them. Yes, I have 15. Okay. Steam. Whoa! Cool, YAFC's broken. Oh, I can do it here. Oh. Yeah, that's just... This UI just straight up shouldn't be here in ingredients. No wonder. There we go. And then muddy sludge we make on site. Soil. Bring all of our water in. Here we go. So this is it. This is ZI power, right? Just needs water. And then we need basically double all of these parts. So we're going to add this to our inventory twice, and then we will also need to add the common, like the actual power generation parts, which is all of this. The good thing is that some of this stuff we can snag, I think, from this build. The problem is that turning this build off is going to make power even worse. So, I'm not sure how I want to handle that. I guess what I can do is I can request all the stuff for one of these partial modules, and we'll set that up, I don't know, up here. And then second... Yeah, that's what I'll do. We'll copy and paste one of these, you know, half of this, just like vertically straight up. And then we can, from there, set up our second request, disassemble this, paste the other module, and we'll be able to at least get partial power going, because we do have one of the heat exchangers and a couple of the high-pressure steam turbines. So we can get it started, and then once we get it started, we can grab the rest of the parts that we need to, like, finish the second build. I think that's how I want to do it. But let's head up there to start. I'm going to grab that one moss farm, and we're going to get that in place, because that just needs to happen. There we go. So yeah, basically, if we grab... oh, that's not how that works. Let me export the shopping list from YAFC. call this power plant module. And then we will do somewhere in here, power plant module. Yes. Enable that. We actually want 2 of these. But we're going to end up with some of the parts we need from here, which is why I want to take this apart before I do the request for the second module. Hopefully that makes sense. I mean, I could just do the requests for both modules now, and it would probably be fine, but... And then as we get this first module built, the factory will have time to recover a little bit before I want to go do the second one. All right, I'm pretty sure everything else is coming from storage, so let's get closer to storage. Cannot insert... Uh-oh. Indeed, inventory full. I don't need Relisias. I don't need... Oh, God. Oh, we can get rid of some of these shopping list blueprints. They're just taking up inventory slots. And we don't actually need... We don't need this right now either. All right, how are we doing? We need a few more tree modules. We need a little more seaweed. We need a little more moss. It is all on the way, though. How are we doing as far as... Where's bots? There we go. A little bit better. I need to add more charging stations. Like, the charging stations that I've added, like, in the middle here have definitely helped. But I want to add a few more around. I think that'll keep the bots running a little more smoothly, because you can see there are still some coming out to pretty far-flung charging stations. Yeah, we've got a bunch of red bots, which means that they started either here or here, but they ended up like way out at this charging station. So we need to add more of those, and actually I can just do that. It also helps if I connect the ones that are placed. But yeah, we've got construction bots that have access to these charging stations now, so I can just keep plopping down extras kind of in this general vicinity that's like the middle of the base, and they'll figure it out. A couple more here. Maybe some over here near this part of the mall. Basically, the goal is to keep the bots in this corridor, right? Between the Belt Mall and the Bot Mall, whenever possible. Alright, we still need 6 more trees and half of our soil extractors. And you can see with all those buildings that we grabbed just how busy the Logibots get bringing stuff up to all of these requester chests. Okay. Come on, trees and soil extractors. That's all I need. I can't even tell where those bots might be right now, looking for red dots amongst the sea of... Amongst the sea of white dots. Somewhere there may be one more bot that's trying to bring me a tree. Maybe. But, like, it could have been directed to a weird charging station, and it could be far away. It's really hard to tell. It really is. Well, I'm giving up on waiting for that tree. We'll grab it later. Actually turn that request off. And that's fine. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to take basically 1/2 of this thing. We're going to have to do this from map view because it's just too big otherwise. But we kind of want to start like right here. Yep. And we could see... Actually, what is going on over on the right? This is just a pump. Okay. And there should be water also that is... Okay, this water output merges with this one and goes to here right now. Okay, that's fine. We might have to reroute some of those sorts of things, because obviously the exact... availability of water or whatever else is going to be different, but if we do this here, we should have all the stuff to build this whole thing. And then we're going to have to get water hooked up to it, and whatever else, but we should be able to build this whole thing. And then what we do is we deconstruct this one, which was sort of the prototype, and then we request the rest of the stuff from the bots for this. It's basically a duplicate of this, so we turn this request back on. And then we also need to request, you know, a couple more of these things. We're going to want, you know, 3 heat exchangers and 4 turbines. And up here we only have 1 and 2. So we'll need to request a few spares of those. Alright, so this pipe was water in, and I think I can just hook that up pretty straightforwardly. Whoops. There we go, water in. And then I'm still going to have to figure out the water out from this one. That's going to need to be routed somewhere to an outfall. I'm not too worried about that initially. Oh, there we go. Finally got built. I was worried the bots didn't have that last power plant, but they did. It's fine. I'm out of undergrounds. Cool, I'll have to grab a bunch of those when I go down. Oh, and power poles. Doubly cool. And then it looks like I'm probably going to have to relocate this radar as well. All right. And then this whole power plant can now be taken apart. It is officially obsolete. And then once we have this taken apart, we can re-enable our request for the second module. And then when I go back to the base, the bots will only need to give me, like, one of the... only have to give me one of the segments. I can also, a bunch of this stuff that's ended up in my inventory, I can make use of over here, right? Like, let's just take all of this biomass back, and we'll seed this for ash production here. Let's take a bunch of these tree seeds, and I'll actually just drop them all into here. That'll get various parts of this kickstarted. All right, I think this half of this is ready to go. We just have to let the bots finish picking up this corner here, and then we'll get our requests in for everything else. All right, so we're going to need one of the heat exchangers. Okay, let me drop something down here to deal with this inventory problem. Soil, stone, biocrud. This is going to be all the stuff that we probably won't actually request. Because, like, some of this stuff we will end up requesting, but not all of it. So I want to make sure that, like, all this moss that's potentially in my inventory, like, yes, we're going to want that moss back. because we're going to use moss as we're building things. But, like, we're not going to request biocrud. Hopefully that makes sense. We're not going to request the fiber, so that can stay here. Oh, we have enough of... Cool. This claims we have the Moondrop greenhouse that we need, so we don't need the other one or any more of this stuff. Ooh, okay, this is actually, like, doing the right thing, which I appreciate. Okay, so the other thing we're going to need is we're going to need to grab the stuff related to the actual power generation and the salt setup. So if we look at that, this is a single decider combinator. It's 2 of these pie tanks, which I have and I'm not even going to request. So we need 3 heat exchanger Mark 1s and 4 high-pressure turbines. And I have the decider combinator already, which is cool. So, heat exchanger Mark 1s, we want exactly 3 of. And high-pressure turbines, we want exactly 4 of. And this shows that we have, I think, 2 of each. That is the wrong turbine, isn't it? Satisfaction 1 of 4. Satisfaction 1 of 3. Really? I thought we had 2 high-pressure steam turbines. Oh, I haven't finished taking everything apart yet. Oh, and I need to bring 1 extra tree because I came up short. Literally, I came up here 1 tree short. Alright, so that should be everything now that I need to be able to grab... Yeah. I just need to be able to then copy and paste. It'll basically be this whole thing all the way... Oops, did I miss a couple of deconstructions here? I did. And power is definitely going to be, like, really gnarly right now. Because I did just take away, like, 1/3 of my power capability, which is going to slow everything down. But... that being said, we should have most of what we need to turn it back on. So hopefully when I come down here, back into logistics range, the bots will be able to quickly supply what I need, and we can get on the road. Yeah, 2 of those on the way, 2 of those on the way, all the fastwood forestries, all the tree requests, my inventory's full again. Get rid of some logs, get rid of some raw coal. Get rid of that. Oh, we're 1 biomass power plant short. Okay. What do we need to be able to make that? I mean, if we're 1 short, that's actually not bad at all, but, like... Oh, steel and iron? That should just be a matter of the bots haven't figured that out yet. Like, there should always be steel and iron. Yeah, oh, the requests are done. Just the inserter hasn't fully populated it enough yet. Okay. I could actually help that along. There we go. And then what else are we waiting on? It looks like we're waiting on some trees and some moss modules still. 2 moss modules and 4 trees. See, tree modules are actually made down here somewhere, I think. All right, there's all of our trees. And then moss, I'll figure out. Oh, we have it all now. Cool. All right, that is... all of those are done. All of those are done. There's still bots that think they're on the way, but I hand collected those items, so we're good. So let's head up here, and we'll actually end up disabling these request groups now. Now what we can do is if we copy and paste everything like here, we just need to line up why is this? Something is... oh, I accidentally got some rails. Oops. There we go. Now we should be able to line this up. Let's get up to where we can actually see, so that it should actually tell me when they're aligned. All right. And now the bots can go wild. And then all we need to do on this end is, because we're going to have already the logic here around topping up the salt, the molten salt system. All we need to do is hook up this pipe. It doesn't even need to come up. It can end, well, that was too far. It can end like here. We do need to get power out of the power plant, so I want to be careful with those power poles. But everything else, there we go. And this is now that I've got that other one that was in my way out of the way, it should be easier to copy and paste this whole thing as like a full double-barreled module, right? Which is really what we want. Did I not? Oh. Oh, of course. Pipe too long? Pipeline overextended. When does it overextend? Oh, literally. Okay. Eh? Oh, no, okay, we're doing it here instead. Okay, so that pressurizes the cool molten salt side of the system. We're going to need more power poles and probably more underground pipes for this whole thing to turn on. Yes. We're absolutely going to need both of those things. The other thing that we need to figure out is... Let's see. We've got... Yeah, this... This was water drainage from the biomass to ash. We need to figure that one out. And I think I need to figure out a water input pump. Yeah, that would have been this. Water in... Oh, really? I can't put pumps anywhere there? All right. I don't know what that pole was doing. Not a lot. Oh, and I'm out of belt, too. Cool. Okay, so we need to get water in figured out for these guys, as well as water out. Water in, I think I can do like here. And then the water output is this pipe. And I have to find a place where I can put an outfall. Which can be right here, so that's where it will be. Okay. That looks good. This needs power. Of course, it doesn't quite... Oh, yes, it does. Perfect. So I need to go grab a bunch of stuff, but I can do right now is that. Oh, I don't actually have the power pole for that. Duh. I was going to say, I can turn this on and let certain parts of it start prepping, because the whole system's going to be real sad right now, right? Surprisingly, no. Whatever. Not going to worry about it. What we are going to do, though, is make sure that these groups are gone. I can turn trash back on. And let's grab undergrounds, power poles, and belts. Those are going to be the things we need the most of right now. Which are somewhere there and here. And I guess while I'm here... All right. So with that being... I've bridged the internal power for this system over to the other... over to the main power grid, which normally you don't want to do. But for now, it does mean that this can turn itself on, basically. Which is what we need. And then as soon as it's producing its own steam, I can unbridge that. And these, because they're ZI, the way they're set up, I'll go back down and show that. Normally, this turbine powers, you know, the whole thing, and these three are the ones that power the rest of the base. I've got that bridged with this one power pole that I added here. And once that's once this is making its own power, I can remove that bridge, and they'll power themselves before they power everything else. You can see there's actually an overflow valve here, and that means that they will always power themselves first. So these power plants should basically be unable to go offline when they're functioning correctly, which is cool. But let's see what we can do. We've got some biocrud. Let's grab biocrud and feed it to these guys. And then they also are going to want fiber. So let's grab fiber and feed it to these guys. All right, there we go. So these guys are making, or will make, a little bit of molten steam. This should be enough to bootstrap pretty much everything else. These guys are going to need some tree seeds in their bootstrap territory. Oh, I'm missing steel chests? Ew, I didn't realize that. Okay. I'm going to have to fix that. All right. So these guys should be pretty much turning themselves on for realsies now. This side is still going to need a little bit of help to get it started. And we need actually these 2 chests before that can happen. And as soon as we see... Oh, look at that. We have steam. Yeah. So we can do that. It's going to take a minute for this all to like fully saturate and be ready to go, but I think it should have enough oomph, enough stuff moving through the cycle on this side now, hopefully to keep itself online. There's a lot of biocrud in these, so we can isolate the 2 power grids now, and you can see this is just running off the 1. And if we check our main power grid, we now have a lot more power available to us. Okay, that was a fun detour. This still just needs a couple of steel chests to turn on. I think everything else is done. I don't see any other flashing icons anywhere for missing construction materials. So I think it's just those... I think it's just those chests, and then I need to get this system kick-started. These guys are getting moss in them, but we do need the tree seeds. And actually, let's grab this soil. I should be able to grab some tree seeds from this side somewhere. Yeah. There we go. Oh, and I've got 1 tree module. Why do I have 1 tree? I don't know why I have 1 tree. All right, we don't need that. What am I grabbing? Steel chests, that's right. And hopefully this will be power solved for several hours. I don't see why it wouldn't be solved for quite a while. That power plant is capable of a lot, and we have a lot of. I make them up here. Okay. I knew I was making them somewhere. They're just not in my normal requests, I don't think. Yeah. I don't use them that often anymore in my builds. Alright, let's drop these chests off. We can drop the seeds off, and then... oh, I guess that also needs some ash or biomass to bootstrap itself as well. That's probably not enough. Oh, actually, because I dropped logs up here, this is gonna... Yeah, this will get itself running on its own. Hopefully this will be enough biomass to get enough ash to bootstrap the system. Alright, well, that was an exciting first hour, just upgrading power, but power is, well, not quite doubled, because we had most of one of these modules before, but that's another 50% more power or something like that, which is excellent. And it's all up to my blueprint now, which is also great. Twitch is saying it's ad o'clock, so we're going to go ahead and let the ad run for a few minutes, and when we come back, we will figure out whatever's next on the task list. This says cotton guts. I don't really feel like doing a cotton gut build right now, so we might skip to some of these other builds and just get some of the easy things knocked out. But yeah, I'll see everyone in a few after the ad break. All right, Twitch says there's still about 30 seconds left on the ad break, but I noticed something, so we're going to go fix it. And then when we're officially back from the ad break, we can figure out what our next move is. But I noticed I've got a missing power pole. I did some maintenance on the Arcot build on Tuesday, and we made a mistake. We missed a power pole when we were moving things around. So we got to go reconnect that. All right, the break is officially over. Welcome back. If you did get a full 3-minute ad. We're missing a power pole down here. Yes. Let's do this more like that. Four, 8, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. All right, we got 17 queens right now. It's not a huge number, but it is certainly enough. All right, so yeah, this whole build has been shut down for a while because we weren't making the maggots, which is fine. This'll all get itself turned back on. Yeah, there's some backed up here, so the queen looping should still work to make more eggs. So I think we're okay. I mean, worst case, if I'm really worried about it, I can grab like a stack from here and drop them in there. And now it definitely will be able to get itself going. All right. Make sure that that's the only thing that was like broken. Yeah, this is all backed up on honey. And I think that's expected right now. This is scaled to be able to make the honey we need for science, and obviously we don't have the demand for that yet, so these are all just sitting full. Okay. So, I don't really feel like doing cotton guts right now. We could look at sea sponge. Oh, what do I want to work on? I kind of want to start working sort of one science at a time and start getting the sciences online at final scale on Rails. So I think that means automation science, or before that, planter boxes and automation science. So let's flip to YAFC real quick, and let's find our unified science build, and let's look at automation science. All right. So this shows. Did I make a tab for planter boxes? I did not. All right. Let's make planter boxes, because we do want to make some extras of these. We do need them for some buildings and some other things. Is that even the right number? Science is... No, we're using 2.4 a second, so I need at least, like, 3 a second, maybe, is the size of the build we want. That looks nicely ratioed. Probably not ratioed with the soil extractors. It's not. Oh, but 4 is ratioed. There we go. Bring in logs, bring in iron plates, bring in ash, make water on site. Okay, this is the build. That is easy enough. It's not quite correctly ratioed with the wood, but I don't think it can be. Maybe I do just go for 3 a second. Yeah, let's do this. All right. Shopping list, export to a blueprint. Import said blueprint. Call this planter boxes. Add section. Planter boxes. Let's actually clean out some of the things I don't need anymore. All right, there we go. So we can head up to base and get all of this stuff requested. This will be a pretty simple build, and then after that, we will do automation science itself. Actually, let's double check that. We go back to science. This needs another 6 automated factories and 9 flora collectors. Okay, we'll add the flora collectors to our requests. Actually, you know what? We'll do 10. There's going to be some spoilage and some other stuff, so let's make it simpler and we'll do 10. Have a little bit of extra coming through. All right. And then we come over here, and the bots should be able to bring all of these things to us. Yes. Yeah, all the rest of this is probably coming from up top somewhere. Alright, that's all of it. Now the question is, do I have everything else that I need? Like train stops? No, I don't. I need steel and iron just to have in my inventory. Alright, now I can make, and probably circuits too are going to be a limiting factor right now. Yes, why are circuits dead? Yeah, this is completely halted. On lead antimony alloy? What? How did my antimony break? Oh my god. My antimony's broken because Nexilid has been screwy forever. I'm using the iron output of antimony as my input for the iron Nexilid antimony special alloy, which is, quote, fine, unquote, except for the fact that Nexilid's broken, which means that we never pull that. Lard. Wait, how did this happen? How did we back up on blood again? Yeah, this is a top off. Maybe I just need an extra tank in here, a buffer tank. For this top off. Because I think what happened is the blood from the rail base, and this is a blood requester. It only tops up this system to 80%, but that was still not enough with the lard. Yeah, somehow we ended up with not enough of other stuff coming through. It looks like possibly because we've fully backed up on biocrud again, because this system doesn't work. And then... Ugh, alright. What do I need to do to fix this? Yeah, so what's happened is all of the lard has turned into biocrud because stuff was backed up, and then we backed up on blood after that. Basically, the lard would have gotten stuck, like, here, behind all of this biocrud, which is not cool. And then once the blood backed up, the whole thing shut down. So we need to go put a tank in there somewhere to fix the... Well, it'll make it harder for it to fully saturate on blood. It'll still be able to happen. And then what we'll do is we'll take that and we'll put that there. And then we'll put in a tank. Then connect that up there. Alright. So that'll fix the blood issue. And that'll allow this system to start running again, which is great. And then the other thing we have to fix is biocrud being fully backed up, because it seems like that broke again. I don't really want to fix this by doing this again. How is this going? These are all, well, mostly all running. Which means, like, yeah, we have meat here, we have guts, we have brains. They do spoil. It's not as much as I would like. Basically, somehow, and I don't know how this happens, because only one thing turns into biocrud, and so many other things turn into jerky. But our jerky to biocrud ratio for the jerky power plant is just not there. So we're gonna do this again. I've decided I just don't care. There we go. This will at least get, yeah, this cleared out. We'll make a little bit of workers' food. And then, yeah, we're going to have lard coming through. We'll be able to make a bunch of workers' food again, maybe. It should be harder for this whole setup to break, because 80%, instead of being, you know, whatever, just a few hundred from all these pipes, we're going to have a few thousand from the tank now in this setup. So this overflow should leave more space. This can still back up on BioCrud very easily, by the way. But, at least we're making workers' food again. Alright. Cool. Let's do planter boxes and automation science. Ugh. Where do I want to build those? I guess I've got space over here. They're both pretty small builds, so you kind of need to figure out where I want to be putting some stuff, like, over time. But, I think this'll probably come up and, like, wrap around these power plants at some point, is probably what I want to do with this pathing. We do have a lot of space on this side here, along this main road. But that's, I haven't placed all this yet. This is all blueprinted in. So we're kind of trying to avoid it while we can still avoid it. Maybe over here somewhere? Or down here? Or in here? Let's head over to this side and let's just find a spot. Planter boxes is going to be a very small build, and so will automation science. So, just not that worried about them, honestly. Alright, planter boxes as an input. It brings in actually 4 things. Oh, that's a lot of ash, I just realized. We have like 2 belts a second of ash that need to come out of this. Okay. Cool. I mean, that's fine, but ash is basically going to have its own input station. So I'm worried about how long this is actually going to end up being. I think we're going to want to do it vertically, just due to the number of stations that it needs. So yeah, we'll do it right here. And grab 2 segments here. While the bots get all this built, let me figure out my stations. So we're gonna have... do it on this side, I guess. So we're gonna have one of these that is gonna be just... basically just ash. We're gonna request a whole thing of ash, and it's gonna output, let's see, do I have a full belt output somewhere that I can copy and paste? Not really. There's probably one over at, like, this aluminum build? Is. There we go. Full belt of output. So that's going to be one of them, and 2, and not aluminum, ash. All right. So that's 2 full belts of ash, which is just a hilarious amount of ash. And then we're going to have 8 soil extractors, which are also going to make a full belt of soil. And then just a few empty planter boxes, which is funny. We're going to have stone brick, iron plate, and wood for the empty planter boxes, and those are going to come in second station. And of course, I'm out of blue inserters. We'll deal with that in a second. Stone brick. We need a lot of that. Iron plate, which we need less of. Right? Yes. And log. All right. And then stone brick is basically, once again, a whole belt of output, which is just bonkers. It's actually 12 a second, but you know what? We're gonna call that effectively a whole belt. And then iron plate and wood can share. Wood is 2 wood processing units, and iron plate is only 3 a second. Which, like, 2 of these guys can do. That's really, like, 5 a second, I think 2 of them is. And then... so that'll be these guys. And we need to have the wood as well on the same belt. Let me think about how I want to do that. Because, like, ideally, we'd do something with a wood processing unit, like, maybe here and here. And then just one of these. Log, and these guys need to be iron plate. Okay, so that should get us wood and iron plate on one side, and then all of the bricks on the other, and all of this pulls through into 3 machines making empty planter boxes. All right. So that's 4 bricks a second, which is like 2 blue inserters. And then 1 iron plate and 2... there we go. And then our output is just 1 a second. Bop, bop, bop. All right. And then for the actual filled planter boxes, this is going to be a little more interesting. So we're going to have... let's try to line these up at least. We're going to have 6 of these. Making planter boxes. So I think what we're going to have is we're going to have 2 rows of ash, right? And each of these pulls in, okay, 4.5 ash a second. So the ash really needs to be like the inside lane, because that is... okay, it says we could do that with just 2 blue inserters. Okay, so we're going to have 2 blue inserters. And then we're going to have an empty planter box inserter, which for each of these is just half. Yeah, and those are going to come in on the inside, or on this side, rather. Sorry, I said inside. I'm not sure quite what that means in this context, but... and then our output is actually going to be here. So this is our planter boxes out, feeds across here, it'll go under the rails to an output station. Hopefully that seems reasonable. And then here we need to have one of these ash setups. And then the other one kind of needs to do something similar, right? It needs to come in like here. And then each of these also needs to bring in 2.5 soil a second, and I'm not sure what that is in terms of... Let's check YAFC real quick. I wish... Is there a way to set... in long-handed inserters? There we go. 2.08 a building. Ugh. Alright, that's what I was afraid of. I guess the other option... Let's think about that. If instead of doing long-handed inserters for the soil, we want to use fast inserters, which would still be 2 of them per building, by the way. What I could do instead is I can actually take this, our input, and we'll run this with long-handed inserters. Maybe even run it this direction. We're going to adjust where this ash comes in just a little bit, so there's a little more space. There we go. And then our output will still be long-handed inserters, and then we'll have a spot right here for the soil in. That should do what I want. And then we just need to get our soil coming in here, and I can kind of do that anywhere I want. Will it fit inside here? No, not really. But if I want the belt of that to be kind of like here. There we go. That's soil. Okay, so I need a bunch more blue inserters, obviously, to finish the build. Oh, and I forgot to bring up power for these guys. I always forget to bring up power for these guys. There we go. So this will bring in ash. This will bring in whatever the other things that we need are: logs, iron, and stone bricks. And then we do still need an output. And this whole thing makes a grand total of 3 of these per second, which is just a few yellow inserters. Okay. So I need to go grab from the mall, you know, a couple dozen blue inserters, and then this build is done. See if we're getting any of our orders dispatched. So these have all dispatched. Ash, not so much. Ash has been generally, I think, being processed away, so it's going to take a little while for all the ash that we need to come in, which is fine and expected. I'm not too worried about that right now. So the next build is the actual automation science, and we'll flip over to YAFC and see what we need for that while the bots refill my inventory here. Alright, so for the actual automation science, if we go back to the Grand Unified Science page, yeah, we need these 9 flora collectors, which I said to do 10 for the bots, and then we'll need 6 automated factories. And that just needs to request small parts and planter boxes. It's basically half a belt of each. Well, no, sorry. Way less than half a belt of each. This is like a 1/6 of a belt of each. Plus the native flora. Yeah. This should be easy to build. It just has to be built near native flora because we have to do the native flora mining on site. So that's kind of our constraint, is that it needs to be done near native flora. So our options... Oh, there's some right there. It would be pretty easy to drop a station, like vertically, like right in the middle here, to do that. We've got some over here, so if I wanted to get more of this rail built up by the bots, I could do it over here. I think pretty much everywhere else, it's kind of... I mean, there's a big old patch here, but that's just inconvenient to get to from, like, any of my other bits and bobs on the rails. Oh, there's one here. I think I'd prefer to do this one if we were going to do it over here. Oh, and there's one up here. Interesting. Yeah, the rails are going to want to go right over this one, though, so I don't think we want to do that one. I think let's do this one. Let's do a station down... I don't know. I guess it'll be like here. Maybe it would be like here. Maybe that's better. I don't know. One of those two. And then we'll be able to get that going. I want more blues. Do I really only request 50 blues? I wonder. Let's request 100 blues, please. And then I'm going to grab some extras even. You know what? No. Let's fix some of these requests for things that we use all the time and we want more of. Let's just double our request numbers for some of these. We have the huge inventory. Let's take advantage of it. I really don't need storage chests to be in my day-to-day collection. I probably don't need gas furnaces in there. I'm not sure why those are. We should request more rails, because I'm always hand-collecting rails. I should put steel chests in, because I noticed that those were something that I wasn't requesting. Okay, that should be a little bit better as far as keeping my inventory a little bit better stocked. All right, all we're waiting on is a couple of steel chests. I'm not going to wait for those. Having these higher numbers hopefully will mean that, like, I think a lot of the times what will happen is, well, what did we just do? Oh, apparently I had a tar processing unit? Interesting. I don't know why I had a tar processing unit there. But, I think a lot of times what happens is, like, I hand collect up to, you know, a couple hundred inserters or whatever, but the bots will only bring me up to 50. So I'm not actually being topped off with inserters, like, every time I go to do logistics. So let's just make sure that I'm always actually being topped off with enough inserters. All right, we've got... Right. We've got bricks. And bricks are... I mean, bricks are huge, so, like, a whole trainload of bricks is going to last forever. And I think I even requested 2. Yeah, we don't need to do that. Let's not do that. Let's not buffer 60,000 bricks. There's not a lot I can do about ash other than, like, keep turning things on so that we end up with more ash. Like, it's produced in a bunch of places, but it would have mostly been voided by now by the rail base. So... Whoop. Alright, bots, put down the things. Let's fix some of these messed up... When I drop the T blueprint over a straight segment, sometimes, or every time, the signals don't quite match up, and it always needs a little bit of fixing. All right, let's grab, speaking of, our T segment. Figure out where this lines up. It only lines up in one place. There or here? Well, here is going to be directly into that patch. We don't want to do that, so it'll be this one. And then again, we have some spurious extra signals that we can pull out. Nope. And then this is going to need 3 stations in total. We're going to need the input for our planter boxes and small parts. We're going to need the actual output for the science. And we're going to need the... we're going to need a output for any spoilage from the native flora. And there will be some. Because I usually run these flora miners just kind of open loop, and we just let whatever decays decay in them. So 5 there. There we go. So that'll be the native flora, and let's double check YAFC again. So yeah, we want like the belt of native flora coming in closest to them, and then the planter boxes and the small parts can come in on a second belt. So let's do a solid there. The next one would be like down here. Let's do that there. Oh, did I not grab the stuff I need for stations? Of course. Oh, right, because circuits were broken. I completely forgot circuits were broken. And circuits were broken because Nexalit was broken. And we did do some stuff to get some of this running again. Wow, jerky's the limiting factor. I never expected that to happen. At any rate, that does mean that Nexalit should have started up here. Oh, right, I forgot I stole the module. Oh, Jesus. Okay. I stole the modules from my other Nexalit. So we need to see if we've made a few more Digosaurs and bring those over. And then whatever Digosaurs we have, we'll at least get that Nexalit running again, and hopefully that will be enough. I should go, like, manually unblock Antimony. Oh, we've got... Cool. We've got 11 of these. I need, like, 16 more, so I'm gonna let it just keep going. But these guys can run here now. Oof. Alright. And until that works, I do need to, like, manually unblock Antimony. So let's wander over to the Antimony build and see what we can do to get this moving. So this side, there's two different Antimony builds, and I'm surprised they're both blocked. But, nope, they're blocked on the same thing. There's no iron draw to alloys because everything else is broken. Apparently this is not the first time that I had this happen. And then over here, same thing. We're just gonna yoink. Yeah, Vitrolloy is fully backed up. Duralumin is fully backed up. Intermetallics isn't, and Intermetallics is blocked on Iron Nexalit Antimony Special Alloy, which is blocked on Nexalit. Just getting these iron running again by, like, emptying them is a temporary solution, obviously. We need Nexalit coming through here consistently again. But... let me also grab some steel while I'm out and about so I can make train stops. And then... Oh no, it was circuits that I needed, not more steel. I'm an idiot. Never mind. There's not a lot I can do about needing more circuits right now. All I can do is hope that antimony manages to actually turn itself on, which it might. It might not. If we wander down, we might still have some circuits available in... Actually, we should still have some circuits available in my secret circuit hidey hole. We do. Okay. And I'm not going to hook those up to the base because I want them available for me. Here, it looks like we have sent circuits off as much as we can to the rail base until they turn back on properly. And I think most of those have probably come up to, like, not that build. This one? Yeah. Making various parts of small parts. What is this missing? Shafts, which are missing iron nexilate antimony special alloy. Yes, this is a different issue. I mean, it's still nexilate being broken, but it's different nexilate that's broken. That's over here. Yafsi told me that like 2.5 of these running off of meat was going to be enough for a whole belt of ore. Obviously, that is incorrect. I need to file a bug about how those numbers are fed into Yafsi for predictions, because, like, this seems like it should pretty much be a best-case scenario as far as what these guys can do running off of meat like this. So, yeah. So I basically need to double this, which is why I said I needed 16 more modules, and we'll redo this into a slightly bigger square and try to double our throughput and get closer to what I need for how much nexilate I need. But that is a different project than the one I'm working on. So, where do I need to go? Up here. I grabbed circuits so I could make train stations for myself. So I think we can go actually finish this automation science pack build that I started over here. Or didn't really start, just started thinking about. Alright, so our requests here are planter boxes and small parts. And this should actually be able to get a delivery of small parts pretty quickly. Planter boxes, I'm not sure how quickly. I'm not sure how long it's going to take for planter boxes to accumulate. Oh, they still haven't gotten ash, so would be quite a while if they're not getting ash. But it'll at least get small parts delivered. All right, and then we'll have this belt of output here, along with our outputs here. One of these is small parts. And one of these is planter boxes. All right. So that will come along. How many assemblers do I need? 6 of them. I do. Kinda, yeah. I'm trying to think about where I can place these guys. It's like that comes in there. And this comes around this side. Because, yeah, these need to bring in 2 of those. So it's going to be like that, I think, for each of these. And then output is just 0.2 a second, so that's fine. And then the only issue is that this needs to be dealing with spoilage. So it loops back into itself. And I think I actually want to take this whole thing over one. Yes, I do want to take this whole thing over one. There. All right, so we're going to have here input priority right, output priority is only native flora. And then output here will be anything that's not native flora, which is going to be the flora spalanin and the biomass. That comes into a station here for discarding. And that could be, I guess, up to 12 a second, right? If these are running full speed. So, basically a full belt, potentially. And then our output is here. And this is going to be our actual science packs out. All right, let's just get power sorted, and then we will be good to go. Really? No small parts? We have lots of small parts. Why have they not been issued? Oh, because I don't have the actual combinators. That's why. Oh, and speaking of combinators, this is going to be byproduct, technically. So we want this to be a high priority pickup for the biomass. Mistakes. We don't want to be putting flora spalanin on rails, just the biomass. So we'll give it time to fully spoil into biomass and then bring it this way. There we go. So this should be able to keep looping itself pretty much forever. As anything spoils, it will end up on this path and eventually on rails as biomass. And then coming right down the middle here, we're going to have our two requests from rails, which is going to be small parts and eventually planter boxes. Cool. That is Automation Science Packs done. Let's check the to-do list and check things off. Automation Science is done. Planter boxes are done. All right. For Pi Science 1, I think we're also dangerously close to Pi Science 1. If we check what Pi Science 1 needs, Glassware is already on rails, so it's just the basic substrate that we're not doing. Wait, did we do the basic substrate build? I forget. I know I theory crafted a basic substrate build. Did I actually build it? I did! Oh! Hey, look at that. It's basic substrate. It's not turned on yet. And it's not turned on yet because... Ooh, there we go. Because the moss isn't on yet. That's right. I left this off on purpose. These are not plugged in because I wanted it, all of its inputs to be saturated. I didn't want it to start making, you know, a bunch of spoilable, like, cellulose if the rest of the system wasn't ready to go. So we've got... Yeah, once these guys turn on, we'll be able to plug in the power for this whole thing and start making basic substrates. So I could also do the PyScience 1 build next. That is also ready to go. Logiscience is going to need a few more intermediate builds, but is dangerously close as well. We check Logiscience real quick. We need to bring in the poor alien samples, plasmids, and cotton guts. Those are the three things that this says that I still don't have. Batteries are supposed to be coming from the belt base, and of course we already confirmed basic substrate. All the animal parts, we're already slaughtering a bunch of animals, so these would all just be brought in as well. So yeah, this would be, the Logiscience build would also be pretty easy to get set up, I think. But that will be... Yeah, let's do PyScience 1 next, and then we can work on... I'm still avoiding doing cotton guts, because I just don't want to deal with them, but we can at least do poor alien samples and plasmids, and get those stations set up and ready to go. Yeah, so, but that'll be after the ad break. Twitch is telling me that it's ad o'clock again. So I'm going to let Twitch run its ads, and when we come back, we'll do PyScience 1, and we'll get the rest of the bits set up for Pi, or for Logisci. We're dangerously close, right? Like, there's just these few little things we need. So yeah, we'll keep checking things off as we go when we come back from the ad break. See everyone in just a few minutes. Alright, welcome back. Thanks for sticking around through the ad break. Looking at our antimony processing, it's running again, which is huge. We do have Nexalit coming through at a reasonable pace. It's actually starting to accumulate back here, which is nice. Which means that I think some of it will actually get sent to the rail base if there's excess, which that hasn't happened in a long time. So that'll also help with the rail base Nexalit shortage. I don't know how long this will be able to run. Like, I don't think we'll be able to make workers' food consistently. We've never been able to make workers' food consistently. And I don't know why we would be able to now. But we'll at least be able to get some Nexalit running through the system. And then... yeah, this'll... I mean, there's still jerky moving through. It's just moving through... slowly. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see if we get Nexalit running consistently there. I do need to make 4 more dig sites and update this build, and I didn't put that in my to-do list. That, I'm just kind of waiting until I have the modules for. And we're at 12. We need 4 more. All right. We're just waiting for generic DNA samples. Yeah. This is not like a well-ratioed build. Oof. And this is apparently running entirely off of biomass right now, which is also less than ideal. Oh, and it's a gray inserter? Really, Brandon? We'll let the bots fix that one, because that is in the construction zone. Missing the material for construction? How? Oh, circuits. Yeah. Fair. Fair. Here. Let's fix that. And then this, I think, is still waiting for ash. We just kind of have to, again, we just have to wait for the base to turn on enough for this to get a delivery of ash, and then that'll last forever because it's, you know, it's waiting for a lot of stacks of ash, right? But that also means that it will buffer a lot of stacks of ash, and it'll run forever once it gets some. While I'm thinking about various parts of the base, let's see. Yadles are still going. Oh, yeah, look at that. We got lots of those. Have we gotten... That's not what I was thinking about. That's rubber. This one? Yeah, the cows are still waiting for Corlex food, which is... oh, just about ready to make a delivery. Well, I say just about. It needs 214 more. Yeah, and this has been limited by kickalks. I could maybe drop a couple more kickalk plantations down. This build is big enough to sustain all of our needs long term. It's just that, you know, we're buffering things that we only make a fraction of a second of per second to rail scale. You end up waiting a long time, right? But, like, there's really no reason we couldn't double the kickalks. Yeah, they use so little... okay. Let's get ourselves... what do I need for dig sites? Lead and titanium. Okay, let's make 4 more dig sites. Let's get that fixed up. I want it done. I don't want to have to keep thinking about it. Nexalit has consistently been a thorn in my side. Oh, my inventory's full. How did I do that? There we go. 4 more dig sites. We only have, I think, 12 of the 16 digosaurs that we're going to need, but we can still turn on 3 of these. Yeah. So let's go get this reconfigured to double its size. And then once that is done, I guess we can do Logisci. I have all the stuff going already on Rails for Logisci, so setting up the Logisci build shouldn't be too difficult. All right. So this is obviously... we need to change some things. So we're going to take all of this apart. We're going to make a little bit more space here. And then what I had previously had was I had these lined up here. So I want them actually to go here and here. And then... again, previously it was here, so I want it instead to be like here and here. Oh, whoops, I did not mean to take this one apart. That's part of my problem. All right, let's see what we can do here to get some of this stuff sorted out. I don't think we need 4 of anything. Okay. And our food input needs to come through here. Yes, the bots are very unhappy with me right now. Let's do this and make a little bit more room. All right, inputs and outputs, there, there, there. Inputs need to come through this point, and then around on this side. And then the output needs a little bit of a zigzag, basically. Just so that there is... there we go. And then this whole square gets repaved because it was paved before. Okay. Getting there. All right, I think this is what I wanted. All right. So we're not quite running at full double speed yet. We're still missing a few modules for that. But just get rid of the jerky here. Maybe. Like, I could take this opportunity to purge this system of jerky, right? Because in theory, the way I fixed this so that we're getting less spoiled meat coming in, this should no longer be relying as much on, or should have everything decay to jerky less often. I probably actually could do a... You know what? Let's do it. Let's filter out any jerky. Let's never give these guys jerky. Let's set our food inserters to meat only. All right. And then if we do have any jerky, we'll have a pickup station right here. And this will be a high priority station because it is a byproduct. Okay. There we go. That way, if these guys do back up on their meat and it starts decaying, we want input priority left as well so that it loops before it pulls in the new stuff. Not that it should matter, but try to use the older stuff first, basically. This should be able to keep these guys running. But I think trying to run 8 of these, like, they're going to use a lot of meat, so... And that is still not a full belt. This is nowhere near what YAFC thinks it'll do. That's okay. We will survive somehow. Let's get rid of that. Let's make sure that this is all meat internally. It is. All right, so we just need those last few Digosaur modules, which are just going to take a little while to build at our current rate. Yeah. Yeah, we're just waiting for more generic Earth DNA samples, and... Oh, oops. It helps if I don't fully break... Let's grab this jerky, actually, and I'm going to feed this directly over to the cotton gut studs, just because they've been waiting a while for jerky. Oh no, they have jerky. What are we waiting for then? Oh, just the food. Alright, well, we'll still just drop this in here, because why not? Food is not running because it needs starch, and starch is not running because... Oh, it is. It's just slow. Okay. It's our limiting ingredient for this whole thing. Yeah. And then I think this is going to run... Its requests are set at a threshold of 10. Yeah. So as soon as this gets 86 more basic cotton gut food, we'll get a delivery and we'll start making studs. Okay, so that's all working fine. Nexilid has been upgraded. Laboratory instruments would be very simple. That's just a couple of assemblers on rails. That wouldn't take me long at all. Do we have a good spot for laboratory instruments? Question mark? Maybe. Maybe. Do them up here somewhere where I have a little bit of space around some of these older, kind of the perimeter of the base. Fill in some of the space there. I could also do them... Up here somewhere I have a little bit of space. I put this down to remind me that I need this space for something. Do I remember what that space is for? Yes, I do. It's for all of these things. We're not exporting the ingredients of mechanical parts, the gearboxes, the shafts, whatever. But, like, if we look at these, they are used in other things, right? So when we start thinking about migrating the mall to the rail base, we're going to want all of these bits and pieces that are made down here to make their way to other stations. And that's what this is for. You're just waiting for... What are we waiting for here? Come on. There we go. That's what I want. Oh, the planter boxes. Yeah, and planter boxes have been waiting for ash and are probably still waiting for ash. Oh, they got ash. Okay. So these are running then. And, oh, that first delivery will be shortly. Cool. So that's going to start actually making our first science pack on rails very, very soon. Is going to be the automation science coming from over here. And then the next thing is Logisci. Is this running? Yes, it is. It's just a very slow turd. The next thing then is the Logiscience. Let's get the Logiscience build done, because that is just a couple of machines. We need the... Where are they? There we go. Research centers, which I think I added to the mall during one of the ad breaks. Have they been built yet? No, they haven't, because we don't have circuits. Ah! Antimony is running, right? Yes. So the issue is purely one of... Okay, well, this thing running off of stupid fuel. That's an issue. But also... I think it's probably just that, yeah, the antimony is still working its way down into the base. I mean, it's running. It's running. Okay, we are making all of this stuff. Circuits are on. Circuits are on. It's just going to take a little while for them to back up again. But that's okay. And if we come up to where circuits come in, yeah, they're going through faster than the bots could grab them. So it's going to take a little while for circuits to rebuffer. They should be starting to actually buffer. We're waiting on inserters to finish buffering. Yellow inserters need to buffer. These go up, I think, to make blue inserters, which is a ridiculous, ridiculous belt, but it got the job done at the time. So yeah, once yellow inserters buffer, we should actually start buffering circuits, and then the bot mall will start to get them. So that's just going to take a few minutes more. So what do I want to do in the interim if we don't have the factory buildings to do Pi Science 1? Oh, did I? Ooh. Okay, we do make Prandium lamps. Good. Because we're going to need some number of those at some point when we want to do the cotton gut build. I guess I could do... What do I feel like? What do I feel like doing? Let's do poor alien samples. That's an easy... Well, maybe not an easy build, but a relatively straightforward build. So going over to YAFC, if we find poor alien samples... Yeah, we need 0.078 of these or something like that. So let's... Oops. Make it a new tab, just so we can look at it in isolation. And we want to make... I don't know. I'll set this to like 0.1, but... And that needs the biological samples, which needs... All right, so this will need to do Releasias itself. So we will need Releasias, and we need bone meal. I could render Ulrichs for that, or we could just make bone meal. And I think we're just going to make bone meal. Soil, as always, we make ourselves. Water pumping. Urea we get from rails. Incubated petri dishes we make on site. Oh, look at that. That's exactly one microorganism mine. So yeah, this is the scale that we build to, obviously. Native flora we need to mine, and then, like I said, urea comes in. All right, so looking at this, I think we only need... What stations do we need? So we need the poor alien samples out. We need a solid input for all of these things. We need a fluid input. And we need one more output, potentially, for biomass from the native flora. The spoil, the decay of the petri dishes is a closed loop, so that's fine. So, I think... What do I think? Oh, and I missed, sorry, ground samples. Yeah, whatever. One more input, not a big deal. So I think each of these things... I think if we do this up near... this, where we've already got handling for potentially decay of... Oh, whoops, I didn't actually do my output station. Got to do that. But we already have, like, native flora here, and we already have the handling for the decay of it. So we just need our 2 requester stations and then our output station, and we can share this biomass output. So we just need a couple of native flora mines. However many native flora... Whoops, I'm sorry. I just realized that I did not flip the screen over. What I was saying was, share this where we're building automation science. We can share this decay output. We'll have our 2 inputs, our solid and our fluid input here. We'll have our output, and then I also need to build the output for the automation science pack because I forgot to. But we'll have automation science packs and poor alien samples happening right here. And I think that is going to be fine. So let's, we're going to go back to YAFC real quick. We're going to see, yeah, 0.2 native flora collectors. This is a trivial amount of native flora. All right, so let's get our shopping list. Export to Blueprint. What are we going to call this? Poor alien samples. And we will get rid of planter boxes because that's done. We want to request poor alien samples. All right, let's head up to the mall, and hopefully it can provide me with all of these things that I need for this. But we will find out shortly. Yes, it thinks it can anyway. Or maybe not all the Relisias, because I don't think I have Relisias generally available, but everything else... everything else is available. We actually don't need the offshore pump. Don't need the automated factory requests. I don't really actually... You know what? No, we do want the automated factory request. I just should get automated factories out of my default requests. Go away. Get rid of some of these random things that are in my inventory. Oh, I have honey barrels. I should drop those off back at the bees. And I should drop off this raw nexolite somewhere. That's too valuable to waste. Alright, otherwise, most of our requests have been fulfilled. This says that there's a few red inserters still on the way. Oh, and probably a bunch of belts. Yeah. And, I mean, we're close enough. I'm not going to wait around. Let's go grab our remaining Relisias. We need, like, 20-something of these from... I guess I'll just grab them from right down here, because I have Relisias right down here. That's moss. This is Relisias. There we go. Beautiful. And then... Did I need something else with this? Oh, I wanted to drop some things off. Yeah. I've got a little bit of this cotton gut food that I should drop off. I've got a little bit of this raw nexolite that I want to drop off. These are things that are sufficiently valuable to me that I don't want to be sitting around with them in my inventory. This should have been issued a train. Yes, it's just not here yet. Okay, beautiful. And then Nexolite is now running twice as fast on rails, even though, you know, twice as fast is still not a full belt. It's at least half a belt. What's missing here? Oh, right. That's fine. More Digosaurs. But that will hopefully... This should have trains dispatched as well. Yep. Actually going to set that to 2. So it'll let more than one train come in there. Same with this one. Yeah, this one's already set. For ores, sometimes you really do need more than one train rolling at once. While I'm thinking about checking on things, I'm just going to check on some other things. Alright, Coke is still a problem. Gasoline, we have almost enough to issue. Let me find where I'm requesting liquid fuel. Over here. Yeah, we're out of fuel. So this will have just requested and potentially locked in. Yes. gasoline. But, like, why don't we have diesel? I mean, it's running. It's just, And with so much of the base having been on low power for a little while, like, all of this tar and oil refining relies on power, whereas these things are fueled by fuel. So, like, these would have kept running when power was flickering, and that would have meant that we're losing power. But, like, this should be able to keep up with our liquid fuel demands, according to YAFC, as long as it's running consistently. So that's the thing to watch out for. Like, I mean, coke obviously is always a problem. I might need to get more of a way to void coke figured out. You know, we're pulling in, whatever, almost 2 belts a second of coke out of this whole processing line, and there's no trains on the way right now. So that is less than ideal. And I think our coke void is not sufficient for how much coke this can produce, so I really do need to expand this. You know, I've got 4 of these, which will pull 1 belt from this. I should double this, is what I should do. And that will make more of the tar that we use. I also do have some of that tar goes to tall oil. Not that one. Here. This is probably full on tall oil. Yes. I could make tall oil a fuel. That is an option. That would help with cycling all of our tar through. Maybe I should do that. This tall oil, I should actually get rid of this build entirely. This was kind of this turning naphtha into tall oil is was how I bootstrapped my bees, but at this point I'm doing it from tar, so I don't necessarily want to keep this. Okay, but all of that is distractions from the thing that I wanted to be doing, which was this poor alien samples build. So let's wander over to where I said I was going to get this build going, and let's get this build going. And then we'll figure out what else we need for PyScience 1 and LogiSci. Because hopefully, I'm hoping that while I build this, the bots will eventually get access to circuits, and we'll get some of these research centers ready to go. And then when the research centers are ready to go, we can do PyScience 1, and if we have everything else done, we can do LogiSci. LogiSci obviously still needs a cotton gut build before it'll fully run, but we can do most of LogiSci at least. Alright, so first things first, I never actually hooked up an output station to this, because I'm an idiot. So we're going to do that first. And then all of these together make 1.2 a second. All right. Actually, you know what? There we go. That should do the trick. so that is now turned on. No problem. Next, we will do another solid drop-off station. And this will be the requests for the poor alien samples. So, let's get this hooked up. What needs to come in for these? Bones, rich clay, urea, and petri dishes. Okay. Okay. All of these are things that I should have in fairly large quantities, so I don't think I need to do, like, smaller request sizes out of this or anything like that. I'm just checking on my Nexalit. It does seem to be... I mean, it's doing fine. Again, it's not running as fast as I'd like, but maybe it'll run fast enough now to keep... At least to keep mechanical parts running. I don't know if I believe that to be true, but it would be nice. Okay, let's take a look at this. So the poor alien samples are made of two things. There's the ground samples and the biologicals. The ground samples come from soil. We also need some soil to the releases. Okay. Oh, and the releases need a hydrogen input. Let's set up the hydrogen input. That is a fluid drop-off. We don't have to do anything special with this one. We can just hook the wires right up. And hydrogen. All right. So Relesias, we have apparently 8 Relesia plantations. Yep. Actually, let's think about... Yeah, everything about this is awkward. Nothing really feeds directly into anything else. Like, yes, we have a couple of things that do feed sort of somewhat directly off of stuff in here. Like, we could do bone meal. Bone meal? That's the wrong machine. That is the wrong machine. I don't want the pulp mill. I want the fluidized bed reactor. There we go. Bone meal. And this will pull in... We're doing half a bone a second right now, but it'll take up to 2. And I'll let it do that. Oops, did I lose alt mode? I did. Is that the only steam? Is that bone meal? Yes, that is the only steam. Okay. So we'll direct input the steam. So that'll be bone meal. And then the other thing that's directly fed... Well, actually, we have 2 other things that are directly fed. We have the biological samples are in a big automated factory. And that takes the urea directly. And we have the ground samples, which are also in a big automated factory that takes the rich clay directly. And neither of those, I don't really want to build next to this because they're big. Automated factories are big. So we're just going to kind of have to pull each of these things out and do them one at a time, sort of where there's space for them. So ground samples. Rich clay. This will actually only ever do at most 1. And then the other thing that this might need is a bunch of soil. Soil we need to split. Right now we only have 1 soil extractor's worth, but we need to split it between 2 consumers. So we will drop down the soil extractor. We will feed in here, and we will also feed out to our Relisias. And then this would be ground samples. Oh, we don't have water in yet to the whole system. All right. So ground samples are one of the inputs, and then the other part is the biological samples, and those both feed into the poor alien samples. So let's kind of do like this. Poor alien samples. Biological samples. Okay. So the biological samples now need the bone meal. I may not have thought this through. That's okay. We'll get this figured out. All right. That's the bone meal. We also need urea at about 1 a second. And then the native flora, the Relesia seeds. I haven't done the Relesia build yet. And the incubated petri dishes. Okay. Incubated petri dishes come from a microorganism mine. We're actually going to do this. I'm going to leave space for a second one, because we could basically double the throughput of this with just an extra microorganism mine and doubling our Relesias. So I'm going to leave space here to, like, do that. So we're going to have another input for petri dishes. And then this needs to have an output for petri dishes. All right, there we go. And if I set this as a filter... So we'll get our output if any of them spoil, and yes, that comes to the right side of the belt. Same with this. If any of them spoil, we want to loop them back around. Okay, so that's petri dishes. Or petri dishes, if you prefer. And then the last bit here... is... These are going to need... Why is bone meal still... Oh, bone meal's not happening because I still haven't hooked up water. That's an easy fix. And then native flora needs to come out. That is just one of these guys right now. All right, and then, as always, these need to be able to loop around and be properly avoided. Input priority left, output priority left, native flora. There we go. Except hook it up to the right machine. Up to 2 a second native flora. And then our last input is just Relesia seeds. So let's get our little Relesia build going. I just realized that where I was drawing this line of these is going to hit this thing. That's not really what I want. So let me see if I can figure it out without hitting that thing. Oh, and we need the output of this to do the right thing as well. So this will be any spoiled stuff, and it'll come right up here. All right, so anything decayed will come up, and we'll join the 1.4 a second, actually. This could... All right. And what's left? Just the Relesias. Okay. Let's get that done. There's 8 of those. Making Relesias, throw in the modules, copy and paste. And then output of these goes right out here. That feeds into a botanical nursery, which is going to do the seeds. Relesia seeds. And, oh, I didn't bring extra Relesias to bootstrap this with. I always forget to do that. I'm so bad at this game. Alright, so I'll need to grab some more Relesias just to drop in here and get seeds going. And then... we gotta hook up hydrogen. Let's hook up hydrogen. All right, hydrogen. So they need soil and they need water. Soil comes out here. And feeds the correct side of the belt. And then... yeah, seeds will end up on that side. That's fine. The actual religias themselves come out and... oh, no, it's seeds that we need, actually. Sorry. So we're actually going to change this. Ugh. Seeds are going to come out. We're going to prioritize left because we want, obviously, the seeds to... there we go. Prioritize left so that the seeds loop back around, and then this will be like that. I still need to hook up water to this. I have not forgotten. And then this will be religious seeds over to this thing. Could potentially take in quite a few of them. I'm using higher end inserters than I need for the scale of this particular build in a couple of places, just so that we will end up, you know, if we want to scale this up, you know, we can drop another microorganism mine in, we can double the religias, and like, it's relatively easy to scale this up if we want to. All right, so I think... oh, I still need to hook up the water. Yeah. Let's do that. And then... yeah, these just need some religias to bootstrap them. Where am I making? Do I have any nearby? Kinda, sorta down here. Yeah, I got a bunch buffered there. I got a huge number buffered here. Okay. This is, working, right? Yeah. I don't think we've broken it yet. I'm actually impressed that this hasn't died. Like, truly. I don't know how I achieved this working, but it does seem to work. All right. Anyway. Yeah, let's go grab some religias from, I guess, from the Ulrichs, since they're super backed up. I don't know how they're so backed up, but... oh, maybe the whole Ulrich build was backed up for a while. That's probably the... what happened there. And then... why aren't you running? You don't have a pup. Or cub. I think that's expected. I think... what does this make? This makes 3 in... what's the time? Why can't I find the time? 15 seconds. So 1 every 5 seconds. So it is exactly 0.2 a second. These use 3 in 150 seconds. Oh, so these should be able to run 10 of these off of one of these. Right? 3 in 15 seconds. 3 in 150 seconds. Oh, no, but crafting speeds, modules, right. Alien life stuff is never, like, exact. Anyway, I've got a bunch of Relegia seeds now, so that should be hopefully be enough to get that system started up. And then that will be poor alien samples that I think I can call done. One more thing checked off the list for Pi Science 2. Of course. Drop them all in one. So 10 Relesias will make 16 more Relesia seeds. The question is, will they all end up in... Did I grab enough seeds that these will be able to keep themselves saturated, right? Like, be able to get 8 seeds in on enough of them to run a craft. And I'm hoping yes, because I don't want to mess with it anymore. All right, and then last but not least... we need to do our output for this, which will need to come. There's only one spot for a station left, so it's gonna have to be here. Now I just have to figure out how to route the output of the poor alien samples to the output of the poor alien samples to the... Oh, I'm also an idiot. I never... Yeah, this is fine. This is an easy fix here. Output priority here for automation science pack. I never accounted for potential decay coming out of these machines. And then same goes here. I need to potentially... Oh, actually, that's an easy fix here. Watch that. Whitelist here is going to be biomass and fluorospalanin. There we go. Because it'll go on the inside of this lane, because this is only coming in on one lane for the native flora. Okay. Done and done. So yeah, I just need the good alien samples themselves to be an output. Those... 0.4 of them a second at max. We're not making 0.4 a second. What are we actually making? 0.1? 0.1 a second. These will come right out here. I intentionally left space to route this through. One gray inserter. There we go. So these are just waiting on... bones? Why are we waiting on bones? Shouldn't we always have too many bones? Isn't that, like, one of our problems? I guess yes, but we do have this thing. No, that turns skin to lead. What do I turn bones into? I made a bone sink, and I don't remember... Is it tin ore? I guess I can check. Bones. Oh, I might be just burning them to ash. That's an option, too. Yeah, I bet I am. Bet one of these machines sitting around that makes ash is doing it from bones. Is it this one? Yep. Alright, so this is where I really need to finally fix my voids and how I'm doing them, because this is not the first time that I've been like, I should have a lot of that, and then realized I didn't. And it's because we voided it all. We really should only be voiding when this goes above, you know, 100 stacks or something like that, right? More than like 10,000 bones, then we can void it. And I need to do that. There's a way to do that with... I think you can use the each signal here. I'll have to double check the CyberSyn instructions, but we should start fixing this for some of our voids, and there's a bunch of places where it's not going to be fixed right away, because I'm not going to realize that I have a void set up for that particular thing. But I think when we come back, I want to spend a little bit of time fixing some of our voids so that we're not constantly voiding things. That way we're maintaining rail buffers, right? Like, our overall throughput, our production is going to be the same, our usage is going to be the same, but that way we maintain our buffers at like a higher level before we void things. That's really the reason to do this. So yeah, we'll take a look at that when we come back from the ad break, because it is ad break o'clock. So I'll see folks in just about 3 minutes, and then we'll fix some voids. All right, thank you for sticking around through the break. I appreciate it. We're heading down to animal management, where we're going to start setting up, like, the bait. Well, no, we're not, because I don't have... I need more circuits for decider combinators. Okay, let's go grab circuits first. This one or the next one? Next one. We're gonna set up the kind of like overflow logic, and then we'll see where we want to switch stations to be voids, and then things will only go to those when they overflow. No fuel? Oh, nope, there's some fuel. Okay. But I'm surprised it's that little. Coal processing? Why? Why so sad? I mean, it's possible that this whole thing is just in a weird state because metal processing has been so screwed up for so long that we're just pulling too much from, too much into all of this metal processing right now. Like, we just might not have the capacity in the belt base. But I thought this was all reasonably stabilized in the system. We're spitting out all this coal, which is all being liquefied. That's coming back around into tar processing. It does seem like it should be okay. And ultimately that makes gasoline and our aromatics get looped around into this petroleum gas. Dunno. Not sure. Hopefully it's just the system kind of stabilizing as it comes back online, and it's not, like, totally broken. Let's head over to animal management, and we're gonna add, for several of the things, in there, we're going to need to add, void logic, so that they only void when we want them to. And I said I needed to pull up the CyberSyn docs for this, and I do. Network can be set to each virtual signal. When in this mode, each virtual signal given to them as an input is interpreted as a network mask for that network ID. Okay. That's what I thought. So, coming over here, for example... Oh, and we don't need these buffers anymore, because we did fix these things. Alright. So instead of network A, we set our network to each. We have a... We're going to have a constant combinator and a decider combinator. The constant combinator is going to have network A, right? Because we do always want to provide to network A. And then the decider says if skin is greater than... What does skin stack to? 10, so like 10,000? 10,000. Then we output, we'll say V for void. All right. So this should be part of network A now. And then when we have enough skin, we will also be part of network V. And we want to do the same thing here. Except instead of skin, it's bones. And then I don't know if I have one for lard because lard decays. We may not have one for lard because lard decays. I don't know why I had 2 of these either. Because this looks like it shouldn't ever... I'm gonna change this. I'm probably gonna regret changing this, but I'm gonna change this. Sure, I had a reason that I did it this way, and I'm sure that I'm gonna break it doing it now, but, there we go. BioCrud is already out. Jerky, I should do as well, that logic. There it is. Sorry. Lost my... except the other... Oop, we need another constant combinator. The other thing we want to do is output that this is still a high priority station. So that's priority 1. Because we don't want... Not that I think we will ever have any other sources of jerky, but we do want to make sure that we're not backing up our other products. What is this? Why do I have a signal that's literally just guts times 1? Outputs guts. What is... Oh, yes. I know what this is for. Okay, we're going to move this over. This is because this void signal needs to be changed. It's a filter, is what it is. It's to filter out if there is ever any jerky in here. We don't want the jerky... If there's ever enough jerky in here that it could generate a train trip, we don't want a train coming here trying to pick up jerky. So we have this guts filter. All right. I'm going to just actually copy this whole thing. Copy the whole... Well, maybe not. Up here, same thing. We'll move this one over. Brains. Oh, we're not quite to 10k brains. Yeah, we're just under that threshold. Guts, though, are up, so we should actually see the V signal, and we're not. Why is that? This is outputting 12k. Oh, because I didn't hook up the inputs to any of these. That's important. What is... Oh, that one's just being a filter. Yeah. And... Bones... Skin. Alright. So my skin and my bone sinks, at the very least, I will want to switch over to... to be the V network instead of the A network, but... Alright. So everything here is A network. Now, if I find my lead ore here, this station is no longer A network. This is V network. This is a void. Oh, the issue is... that we need fiber to run this. Okay, so I need to split the fiber to its own station, is what I need to do. That can be controlled separately from the void station. Unfortunately. There's also, like, ash from bone around here somewhere. Yeah. And this is gonna be, the same thing. No, these don't need fuel, do they? Okay, so I don't have to do anything special with this one. This one can just be switched over to be void. And then up where I do, here we go. This one. Get rid of that. We need room for another station. And then we'll drop off, we'll do a separate drop-off station here. These don't even need to be filtered anymore. Oh, yes they do. All right. And get rid of fiber as a request. And then over here, this is A. Oh, and since this is also a void station, it doesn't need a priority signal set anymore. And this will just request fiber. Plenty of it. And this doesn't need any prioritization controls whatsoever. Okay. So this should... issue a request, well, like nowish, actually. Whether it can actually get fiber is a different issue, but... Alright, so yeah, this is A. And I think the last thing that I need to do is I need to make sure that my trains can all actually be used for void as well as everything else. And I think that means I need to change these to an each and add the A and V signals to all of these depot stations so that trains can be used for void requests. And then I have to think of what other things in my base are voids and how do I want to use those more correctly. But for now, let's head up to the depots and let's get those fixed. All right. So... constant combinator outputting A and V. This depot on each. All right, I need another, like, 15 of those. What am I missing to be able to make them? Just iron or copper, which is right up here. Excellent. Oh, well. Now it's batteries. Batteries is harder. Still not, like, hard, just harder. Batteries should be right over here, where we're doing... where we're bringing in circuits, we're also bringing in batteries. So I think right over here we should have batteries somewhere. Oh, I went too far. We're back this way. Batteries. All right. I think they should all work now. Maybe. I mean, we'll find out. If, like, bones or skin get way too backed up, then we will, we'll know why. But hopefully now that means that we won't be, like, constantly voiding bones and skin, right? We'll send them to where they're needed before they get voided. Meat is harder. Meat just decays. We should never really need a meat void. I think decay is the meat void. Same with brains. Like, I did set all these up so that I could void from them, but I don't know if it's necessary. But then this definitely will potentially need to be voided. Obviously not right now. We have not enough jerky. But oh, shells. Excellent. Ooh, that's bad. Well, it's not good. This one's being loaded. All these other ones are fluid trains. I think we might be okay. Yeah, okay, it's been dispatched. I was worried. All right. What was I supposed to be doing? I don't even remember now. We had been working on, right, this. Which, oh. Love it when I make silly mistakes. Oh, like this one too. Jeez. Alright, well I have to actually go up there to fix that one. Can't fix that remotely just by rotating a belt. Alright, it does look like a few of these were able to turn on, so I think that's probably enough that this will be able to actually finish bootstrapping itself, which was what I wanted to see. This just needs bone. Bone will come as soon as it can. There's not a lot more we can do to get more bones more quickly. These guys are fully backed up, which is weird. Why is the Vrock signal still on? Oh, I know why the Vrock signal is still on. There we go. Now the Vrock signal should be off. So we want to be killing... We're killing Augs because we want blood. Because we basically always want blood. Because that feeds up to food for Nexilid at the belt base. Fish probably means that fish oil... Nope. Did I make the same mistake? Where this is just not hooked up? Yes, I did. Alright. Well... That should... Yeah, disabled by control behavior, but these are also fully backed up. Okay. Well, I'm glad we're fixing bugs. And then bees and... Zais. Bees are controlled by this, Arcod Venom, which does have its input signal done correctly. Input signal 28,000, but obviously that is not enough to stop slaughtering bees. So it's going to keep running, running the bee slaughter. I could probably turn on another machine to do this, but in theory, one is enough to keep up with science, so whatever. Arthropod blood gets fed in here. We're at 55,000. That is going to be a problem eventually. Between the bees and the Xiophos, we're actually spitting out quite a bit of that. I didn't fully account for that in my... Oh yeah, these guys make a huge amount of... 0.03 Zis to 2.66 blood. Compared to 0.1 to 1. Yeah, okay, I didn't realize the Zis made this much blood. That's going to be a problem. But the Zis should be requesting based off of, yeah, shells. And they'll request shells until this thing is full. Which it will never be, but that's okay. So we're going to have to deal with arthropod blood, probably, before... We could probably do it after science, but we do have to deal with it. Okay, let's look at... I still don't want to do cotton guts, so let's do sea sponges. Let's see what we need for our sea sponge build. We go back to Unified Science... And sea sponge, this shows that we need almost nothing. Okay. So we'll make a new sea sponge tab. We want to make sea sponges. We don't need anywhere near this many. I think it looked like just one building was enough. Yeah, 0.5 buildings, so we can do one, and we're at, like, double what we need. Although we could probably do the build bigger than that, because, like, look at how little of anything that we need here. Of course, the ratios don't work. Why would the ratios work? There we go. Alright, so these just bring in Zogna. They make saline water, but we have uses for that elsewhere. Cool. This is easy. I don't know if we actually need, like, 9 of these. That's major overkill. But they're cheap enough. Like, I feel like I just build them big and call it a day. This is apparently where it actually ratios, which is hilarious. We're not doing that. This is fine. Let me see. I might need to get the sponge culture buildings going, and then we'll do something else first, because as always, yeah, I didn't plan ahead. Do these need anything unusual? It doesn't look like it. Well, just circuits, which are still iffy at best. I mean, they're running. They're running. Do we have a little more fuel now? Yes, it looks like the fuel is catching back up. So, whatever went wrong with tar processing at the belt base seems to have resolved itself. Unsure. Alright. Yeah, this is all going. It's just... Obviously, the scale of this stuff on the belt base is pretty low, and like, ooh, boy, you could see how far we lost our buffer. Like, yeah, we still have intermetallics buffered pretty far back. I say pretty far, that's like half the belt. But the iron nextlet antimony special alloy... Alright, to like here, that's not as bad. This... I must have had something where I had some of something on the wrong side of the belt, and I built this as a filter. That's vaguely familiar. At any rate, it's going to take a while for all this to stop burning through a bunch of liquid fuel on the belt base. But this is an isolated system from the rail base, so I'm not concerned about it right now. I do. Yeah, this needs vitriloy. Vitriloy just needs more antimony. So yeah, what's going to happen is this will just keep making iron nextlet antimony special alloy until that catches up, and then all of the antimony will go to vitriloy. That's fine. That should be able to catch itself up. The thing that I was checking was I noticed circuits were red. And I was wondering... Okay, circuits are just starting to catch up now. That was the whole reason we were checking in the antimony again. But we do have functional circuits, which means that this thing... Yeah, okay, they went green. So it's going to take a little while, but this will eventually saturate. Okay. In that case, we're not going to do sponges right away. We can look at some of the other possible possible things on the list. We need Vrock cocoons in moderate quantities outside of Vrocks. They're used for retrovirus. They're used for... I thought they were used for something else. DNA polymerase. I thought they were used for plasmids, but maybe no, they're not. Okay. So we can get those going. We only need a couple of reproductive complexes worth of them, so I think they're pretty easy to set up. So why don't we do Vrock cocoons? And actually, while I'm thinking about it, we could also do laboratory instruments, because this is just 2 factories and a few inputs. Equipment chassis are only used for laboratory instruments. Okay. So... and these are in fairly low quantities, right? Okay. Yeah, let's do laboratory instruments and let's do Vrock cocoons. Those are easy builds. I'm not even gonna use the built-in the way I usually do requests. We're just gonna do whoops. We're gonna remember to hit the search button before we try to search instead of hitting a million hotkeys. And then we're gonna grab the 2 reproductive complexes and we're gonna grab the 2 factories that we need. Everything else, I think, yeah, I mean, I'll make some stations. And I think we should have everything else is pretty regular, pretty normal stuff. All right, we're having a bunch of issues with trains. And I'm worried about that. Is that because trains aren't being dispatched? No, they are being dispatched. I just don't have enough trains. Which I kind of knew was going to be an issue. We might be able to build more trains. How many trains do I have in Cybersyn right now? 45. I don't know how many of those are fluid versus solid, because they have the same train schedule. I should have made them separate schedules, just so I could know for my own curiosity. But, yeah, we need to make more trains. Are all of these are all solid stations, nothing with fluids. Okay. Let's go make another few trains. Grab the stuff that we need for it. We should have a lot of the ingredients. Intermetallics, duralumin, titanium. Yeah, we should be able to grab all this. Steel. Alright, that's 4 more trains. They stacked to 5. What do I need for a 5th one? Shafts and titanium. Alright, I don't want to deal with it. While I'm over here, let's let the bots bring me the rest of the buildings that we wanted to do, the builds we were talking about. And what can I clean out of my inventory while the bots are around? Okay. I think we're looking pretty good. I'm not going to stand around and wait for the bots to do a full inventory top-up, but we can... there we go. That's good enough. So let's head back over. Let's drop these trains. A train is stuck. That's a bad sign. Oh, that is truly a stuck train. Eh? Oh. Oops. Yeah, we don't want a multi-train train limit on Ash. That's too many trains. Oh, and then this isn't getting bricks. Did we already use up all of our bricks? Apparently, yes, but we're making more of them, so that's fine. That's a lot of bricks to go through. Wow. Because these stack to 1,000, so if we actually... Alright, we have made a lot of planter boxes, apparently. Although each planter box is 4 bricks, so... Alright, what was I doing? I was putting down trains. Why do we have 2 stuck trains? Oh, this one. Why do you think you're stuck? That shouldn't be... whatever. I don't care. Or I'm choosing not to care. We need to go down here, I think is where the depot is. Yes. All right, there we go. 4 more trains to help the system along. Because, yeah, these are all solid products that we're having issues with. So I think we have enough fluid trains for now, somehow. But we do need those few new solid trains that I made. Okay. So over here, the reason that I'm coming over here is because for the... cocoons, we need, oh, I forgot we need a barreling machine for that. And sap. I didn't actually make a tab for this, and I should have. This is my fault. Let's make a new tab, and we'll grab the things that we need. Don't know how many C's and N's are in cocoon. We'll use the recipe that has food, since we make it. And how many do we need? According to the Unified Science tab, we need 0.13 a second. Okay. Oh, so that's just one of these if we use the better recipe. 0.29. So why did it come up over here with needing 2 of them? Oh, I already erased it. Oh, I probably didn't put the modules in. That's almost certainly what happened. Yep, 1.32 without modules. Okay. That makes sense. Oh, and these should actually be Vrock 2s even. So, yeah, we can run just one machine making cocoons. Bringing in a little bit of rock food, and it will do what we need. We'll make the moss, although that's a lot of moss modules to keep this thing saturated. What if we bring in stone? That is more manageable. Okay. All right, so we bring in, let's see, Muddy Sludge is on site from Soil and Water, as always. We don't put any of that on rails. How much CO2 is this? If I wanted to do this with Moondrops, yeah, it's just one. So we'll do the CO2 on site as well, just to simplify the rails. All right, so we need to bring in stone and rock food, and that's it. And then everything else we do on site. We do the native flora on site. Cool. So let's actually grab the shopping list for this. Because apparently I cannot be trusted to figure out a shopping list on my own. Still not sure. Okay. So that is, in theory, all that stuff. So let's head back to the base and let's let it deliver all those things to me. Okay, we're down to just one of these trains being stuck now, which I think is fine. It'll get itself emptied eventually. Yeah. There were just too many trains all trying to deliver too much to that station all at once, and it rightfully told me that it was sad. Okay. Alright, and while the bots are bringing me this stuff, let's flip back over here, and let's make sure for the other build that I was thinking about doing, the laboratory instruments, there's really no other way that I could screw this one up, right? Other than that, we don't really have circuits coming out yet, because they were disrupted. I think all the rest of this is fine. So yeah, this will just be the two machines, and they're ratioed 1-to-1. This is easy. Okay. Done. So looking at what is left here, anything that has no highlighted inputs left, we have constructed all of the input products for that stage. So we can do formamide whenever, we can do sea sponges whenever, we can do cotton guts whenever, we can do biosamples, primers, retrovirus. And you can see when we get a little further up, we need more other things. But, like, let's kind of sort these by what's left. Things that have something left can go up here. So yeah, all of this stuff. There's only 1, 2, 3, 4 builds left that we need other builds for. Well, obviously the top ones need a bunch of the bottom ones. But yeah, we're dangerously close. I don't think we're gonna get to Science 2 today, but several of these builds should go together pretty quickly. I will say that at least. All right, the bots have brought everything that we needed while we were chatting. So I'm going to go back over there where I wanted to do the cocoons in the first place, and I'm doing them over here just because we have this big old native flora patch, right? So I can bring in another station here for the cocoons. Also, you know, it's pretty convenient to get over here from the mall, but that is not the inciting reason to come over here for this build. Okay. So this build just has one solid input and one solid output. It does have a byproduct, but I'm going to route that over to the same... Oh, am I out of... Shoot. All right. I'm out of landfill. This will be pretty quick to grab, though. I thought I had landfill in my requests. I do. I guess I just didn't spend enough time over there for the bots to get it to me. They have to go a little further to get landfill than they do to get other things, because landfill is all the way down here. Okay. Bunch of landfill done. What else am I missing? What? Ah. Just some signaling shenanigans. Wait a second. I don't love that. Yes, undo. All right. Wait, that doesn't line up. Oh, what did I do? This lines up here. This doesn't line up here. This lines up... here. What did I do? I screwed something up. Is this one in the wrong place? Oh no. Alright, let's grab this. Alright, this aligns correctly. And then here. And then here. Yep, I put this in the wrong place. I didn't realize that there were two configurations where... There aren't two configurations where everything lines up. I just straight up put this in the wrong place. Ugh, alright. I'm not thrilled about that. I'm really not. The question is how, if at all, do I fix it? Because, like, yes, I could cut this whole build and, like, move it to the right place. I don't really have the space in my inventory for that. Yeah, it's just over by one. I just straight up put it in the wrong place. Okay. Well, we're gonna put this in the right place. And then I'll think about what I've done with my life and decide if I want to fix this. I probably don't. I think I'm just going to accept that we lose a station here and just not worry about it. Oh, but that's so annoying to be off-grid. Oh, and of course. That works. Well, quote-unquote works. Whatever. This whole build is scuffed at this point. I'm just not even gonna worry about it anymore. We have a drop-off station and a pickup station. Alright, our requests for the rock cocoons are stone and rock food. And hopefully I overbuilt rock food enough to account for the cocoons that I need here. If not, we'll have to expand that build. It's not the end of the world. Okay. So we've got 5 machines doing moss, and I'll do that right up here. Our CO2 is going to come entirely from CO2 drops. So that's 1 moondrop farm. And then we'll have muddy sludge coming in. That's 1 washer and 1 soil extractor. I love it when it's easy. The ratios are never that easy. Muddy sludge. And the soil extractor. Which I'll do like that. Pump. All right. Stone. And each of these only needs, yeah, a quarter. And the moss output. I could do this without needing long-handed inserters if I felt like trying a little harder. But I don't feel like trying a little harder at this point, so that's the place we're at this point in the game today. All right, there's moss. We only have one of these, yeah, one machine actually making our output, so I'm gonna just do this. All right, so we got moss, and we will also want to have, coming off of that, I'll actually make this a double-sided belt. Other output of this is going to be the rock food. Food, okay. Okay, so this will be moss and rock food coming over here. Both of those are fairly low volume. We need our barreling machine. And this is how I'm feeling about that. So we will just do this as like that. All right, and that just leaves, we need the, here, let's turn on these stations so they are hooked up to the network. So this just leaves the flora, which will just come from right over here, and of course we'll need to deal with the byproduct output, and it leaves the sap, which is a whole 6 of these guys. These are easy. Okay. Let's move this a little further over here to this spot. Beautiful. You are a little more than a quarter per second, so you get a yellow inserter. Not that it really matters, but... Oh, and the moss is 1 a second on its own, plus... Yeah, let's actually do 2 inserters here. For the moss and the food, just to have a little safety margin. Okay, and up here we need. So I think all that's left... Oh, these need power, of course. And all that's left is the native flora. All right. Output priority right. Native flora. Input priority also right. Everything else comes back out. Alright, and Twitch wants to run an ad break momentarily, so I will go ahead and let it do that when we're done with this build. Yeah, how do I best want to get this? I guess I just go under. I think that is the best way. And actually, I'll take it down to its own input. Because this could be most of a belt all at once from all 10 of these. So I just want to make sure that it... we don't want to overfill this belt. We want to make sure that we allow each of these to sort of drain properly. All right. So moss still needs to turn on. Oh, no, that belt is fine. This is going the right way. It just doesn't have power yet. So there's power. And then stone is being delivered, and that should be enough to turn soil on. And then we'll start getting moss going. Okay, that's cocoons. Rock cocoons. And this should be, again, way more rock cocoons than we need for science right now, so I'm not too worried about it. About doing this build any bigger than this, or... Okay. Oh. This push to Pi 2 is really starting to feel like a slog. 16 things in the to-do list. I think I had 20 the last time I remember counting them, so, like, number is going down, which is the important part. And what is the status of the other stuff that we've built today? Yeah, this is still blocked on bricks, and our only brick is coming from clay from spoiled manure, so that is potentially an issue, right? Yeah, if we don't have rich clay, we don't have bricks. But also, we should be making a lot of rich clay in, like, the general case. Our manure consumption is not... Well, maybe. Our manure consumption has historically not been that high, so we have been spitting out a lot of rich clay. I might need another source of bricks, but we'll think about that as we go. For now, it is ad break o'clock. I'll let that run. I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. All right, we're just about back from the break. Twitch says another 20 seconds or so, but I just realized I'm an idiot and I didn't actually put this inserter in place, so we're going to do that. And this should now be able to turn on. And I probably have, more barrels than I need in there, so I'll let that sit. Welcome back. The break is officially over. We've got this thing running, which is huge. Did I already check that off? I think I did, yes. So the other thing that I grabbed the stuff for was I had a couple of assemblers requested, and that was to do something. Laboratory instruments. Yeah. Let's get laboratory instruments done. That is a super small build. It's just one drop-off and one pickup station, so I can kind of do it anywhere. Let me see if I can find a place where I could, like, reasonably tuck it, where it would be out of the way-ish. Maybe just, like, right here. If I grab a T... grab the trumpet and do this here. All right. Our drop off for this is a solid drop off. There we go. And then we will also have a solid pickup on the other side. Okay. We're going to need our two assemblers, and they're kind of going to do like a this sort of, not quite that actually, here and here. This is going to be the laboratory instruments, and then this is going to be the equipment chassis. All right. And then those will feed directly like so. Ingredient-wise, 0.42, 1.42, 0.71, 1.84, 2.55. So we'll just do like 3 of these should be good enough. And then here, 1.42 plus 0.28, 1.7, so like, I don't know, that. All right, and our requests, we'll do a request threshold of 10 because we need to fit a lot of things in here. We need iron nexylate antimony special alloy. We need tin plates, and we need simple circuit boards. And these are for the equipment chassis part. And then we also need to request optical sets, small parts, and rubber. And that'll be to feed the actual laboratory instruments. And then the output of that, one belt. Right over to its output station. Okay, that was easy. I like it when the builds end up that easy. I don't know if... Here. Yeah, this will have dispatched several trains. So we've got small parts. We've got tin plates. And whatever this last one is. Rubber? Yep. Small parts, tin plate, and rubber. I like that it manages to get not all of the right things for either half of it. Iron, Nexilite, Antimony, Special Alloy is probably a problem still. Yes, because we're not getting enough fuel. We do have Nexilite at least. That's a good sign. How is all of this doing? Is this running right now? It does seem like it's running. And Coke is not backing up, so that is a good sign. Yeah, all of these are green. Fix our train pathing. Surprised I don't see more. Oh, something pulled a bunch of creosote, which means we're not currently overflowing creosote into aromatics. Okay. That was probably some metal processing turning on that pulled a bunch of sand castings or something like that. So, like... This does seem like it's running, but this is only capable, again, of running at, like, 100... tar a second. Which might not quite be enough tar processing to fully fuel everything that needs fueling. What I can do, that I was talking about earlier, was the tall oil. Not that one. This one. If I make this a fuel provider, then that'll get us not just the additional tall oil fuel, but also more aromatics and gasoline available for other fuel types. So maybe I should do that. Where am I right now, and how do I get there? I don't think I've been to this tall oil build since I made it. Train has unexpectedly returned to the depot. This always concerns me. But it doesn't look like it... Alright, down to the bottom, and then it'll be on the left past nickel. Yeah, let's just make tall oil available as a fuel. I think that'll help the whole system work better. Since we do need tall oil as a ingredient elsewhere in the base, I do want to... Here, let's grab fuel provider. Yeah, here's the fuel provider logic. And we want that to be tall oil. That it works. But I'm actually going to set this threshold higher because I want us to always leave enough tall oil that there's a train load available for where it's actually used. But that should mean that tall oil is now available as a fuel. And if I check where we're using a lot of liquid fuel, no. Why? Oh. Now we should have tall oil available as a fuel. And it will be immediately selected as the highest priority one because it's what I have the most of. In fact, this should already have been this hasn't. Now it's been dispatched, which means that this should have outputted, its hold signal. And what I might want to do is I might want to make my diesel signal a void. Like, what else is aromatics used for? Diesel. It's used in Decalin. I just flipped past Decalin. So we do have real uses for aromatics that are not just like turning them to diesel as fuel. Yeah, polybutadiene, which means that it should be around in rubber somewhere, right? If I go down to rubber, we'll have aromatics as a request. Yes. Okay. So I should convert our aromatics into using overflow and void logic. And the diesel converter is a void, I think. So I can actually change... Oh, except the naphthas... Ugh, okay. Yeah, I need to refactor this, because we don't want to void... We don't want it to be considered a naphtha void. It's an aromatics void, which requires naphtha to function. Which means that I need the naphtha to be its own... I'll need to move the naphtha to a separate fluid requester station to make sure that it is available all the time to the diesel production. All right. But that is potentially bigger prod. No, I'll just do it. I'll go refactor diesel. All right. Diesel is up here. Yeah, it's way up at the top. Of course it is. And I'm way at the bottom right now. All right, let's go refactor diesel so that it's usable as a proper void station. And every time I refactor something to use a separate void network, I'm gonna have to deal with this process of making sure that like the right inputs are on the void network versus the regular network, because I didn't set anything up to do this initially. I should have set things up to do this initially. I am paying absolutely for my laziness when I did this all the first time, of just hoping that I could get away with low priority stations as my voids. but it's really not working well, so... Alright, let's grab a fluid drop-off, not fuel. And... let's remove naphtha from requests here. And here, basically. All right. And the output side of this, we're just going to pump over. This pipe is fully temporary. This is just to not void all of our naphtha. Oh, of course. Let's see. We're actually going to do it this way. All right, and then because this is now only a void, we can switch this to network V. And, I mean, sure, it's low priority, but that doesn't matter because it's the only station on network V. And this should no longer get trains dispatched to it, basically. And then this side... normal priority. We'll request the naphtha at a whole tank. Okay. So this side should be fine now. And then because this is now a void... what I need to go is in the places where I'm producing aromatics, I need to add the decider combinator void logic. So let's go do that. I should have done that when I was down there, and I didn't. But we got to do that in two places, right? We got to do that where we're making the tall oil, and we got to do that where we're making the rest of tar products. This is not the very bottom of the map. I forgot where I was going. All right, we'll do the rest of tar processing first and then over to tall oil, since I went around the long way. All right, so this needs, effectively, one decider and one constant combinator. If I find aromatics here... we're going to change our network to each, and then we'll do decider and a constant. And yes, I know that I just named those backwards. So it always can go to network A. And when aromatics is more than, I don't know. So this fills up to 240,000, so call it 200,000. Then we can output network V. Copy that, and we'll use it in the same place. All right, so yeah, this should no longer basically be allowed to issue trains to until it ends up with a lot more aromatics, it won't be allowed to issue trains to the tall oil processing, which is this one, I hope? Yes. Same thing here. Did I lose some bots? Why are we not... Oh, I turned my RoboPort off. There we go. So this should also... Yeah, this will have to fill up a lot more before it allows itself to be a void. Or to be voided. And then it does look like we got a delivery, or maybe a couple deliveries of tall oil as fuel, which is fantastic. We come over here, we should have, yeah, we have lots and lots of fuel available now. Now that we have tall oil available as an option. So obviously it's going to take a little while before we... So this should already have been issued another train. Yes. Which is going to pick up tall oil as we speak. Oh, from this station. Oh, dear. Oh, dearie me, no. Let's fix that so we don't do that anymore. Yeah, you need to be low priority. Okay, I don't have the stuff on me for that. Let's go make that low priority tall oil source. Because that burns naphtha to make tall oil. It was how I set it up initially to get bees bootstrapping, but I really don't want to be just burning just burning naphtha, right, is what I'm doing here. And I do still need naphtha for other things. So, you need to be a low priority. Oh, I did it again. I turned off my RoboPort. Low priority signal. Okay. And what this basically means is this should never get pulled from for fuel. Because what we should always see is that there's a higher priority technically this could get pulled from for fuel. If we have 2 trains dispatched for tall oil fuel kind of simultaneously, it could still pull from that one, but in that case, we'd probably end up pulling from naphtha tall oil anyway, so... It doesn't have to be perfect, it just has to be, you know, better. That's funny that this got tall oil. This should never have been able to... Oh, maybe. I'm surprised that this is still full of gasoline, but maybe I shouldn't be. Oh, I think because this is full of gasoline, it's like probably sharing between these two right now. I could probably fix this so that it's slightly less broken, but I'm also not sure if I care. It'll drain that gasoline eventually, and that's what matters. Okay, what else is broken in this base? How's circuits doing? Are they, oh, nope, they're stopped. Cool. Circuits are stopped because tin? How? Missing fluid again? I don't believe this. This shouldn't be possible. Like, yet here we are. I wonder if something is broken somewhere in my tar processing and I just haven't realized it yet. Because that could also be why I'm not making enough steam if, you know, we're not burning... I mean, we're burning off plenty of fluids here. We're not burning anything off on this side, that's fine. This is running all out trying to turn aromatics into petroleum gas as fuel. That's fine. It does all seem like it's going. These guys are all running, making gasoline. And up here, yeah, these are all going full bore, making steam. It is wild to me that we're consuming all the steam in this system. Where else does this steam get routed? That's a question. So it comes down here, and we do this little dance around tar processing where we, like, prioritize our various steam sources and make sure that, like, the steam that comes out of tar gets used first, and then we top up and overflow appropriately through here. That's fine. And then we don't have steam coming out of here, basically. Okay. So it's not this part, or rather, I don't think it's demand on this side. I think it's the tar processing is sucking down all my steam. I mean, obviously we can continue to remove these machines to keep reducing our tar or our steam demand. And I don't remember if there's anything else that still pulls off of this steam except for... No, it might just be tin at this point, which is good. But yeah, that's wild that we're having so many issues. Because, yeah, these are all just, like, running. Yeah, this is all one big steam network, and then we top up here because we want to make sure that we're voiding everything that we get from here, right? Because this is our final void for coal dust from separation. So we want, you know, all the steam produced by these to go out first, and they do. And we are, you know, managing to... Well, this is apparently broken, because I don't know how to deal with counting. But other than that, where some of these can't output their... We're still clearing the belt, obviously, so whatever. And we're not blocked on the steam, right? The steam is all getting used. And then that was on an overflow. I don't think we need anymore, but I think when I got rid of it, the network was too big. And then that feeds this system, which is basically always... Yeah. Sure. And then, yeah, this is a... set up as a top-up, right? Yeah, O is less than 90, which it certainly is. It's sitting at 80, so this should basically always be on. And it is. It's pumping. And then this is turning on and off based on here. So what about our other Steam inputs? This one looks like it's going fine. These are all running, and these are voiding. These are all voids for various parts of this tar processing that don't make good fuel. Or that I didn't change to make fuel. These are voids for our petroleum gas and our gasoline. These fire when these overflow. And I wonder if that's part of our problem, has been our overall liquid fuel usage is causing issues for us not having enough petroleum gas or gasoline to void over here. Definitely possible. Oh, wait a second. Am I an idiot? Is this still connected? This is still connected to the rail base. It doesn't advertise that it's capable of fueling, but I wonder if it was getting pulled from and it was causing issues. This should only get pulled from as a secondary source of gasoline for things that want gasoline as an ingredient, and basically only in emergencies. Yeah, I'm really not sure what's going on. Why I'm having so many issues with Steam. Because, like, all of this is sitting at 100 on this side, so that's fine. This comes from here. We're pumped into from this, which is sitting at 75. Okay. Yeah, and that's from this output. So that's what this is trying to push up to 90 and what this will pull from to keep it below 80. And then this goes up here, and this is feeding, yeah, all of these machines. That's fine. We're still sitting at like that 70, 80. And this pumps in from all of our burning here. So that's these machines, which are not running, and these. And we have some other Steam inputs. Let's trace them. There's this one. This comes from way back. Okay, so this has got to be from hot air, I think. Because I do have a Steam that goes all the way across to hot air. Yeah, and that overflows out. So this one burns off the excess coke oven gas and just converts that as fuel. I am really not sure. I'm not sure why this system has gotten so unbalanced. Like, it worked for dozens and dozens of hours, right? So I feel like something must have changed, but everything seems like it's running the way it's supposed to run. And that has me really concerned that I'm missing something. But it might just be this. It might be the thing that I'm missing is that all of my metal processing was screwed up for hours, and now it's all going at full blast and using a bunch of liquid fuel. Like this really could just be the only thing that's wrong. And that's also what's breaking our tin, is that we're using a lot more steam to process all the tar products into fuels. Maybe. I don't love that explanation, but I believe that explanation, and maybe that's good enough. All right, I think what I'm going to do for now is I'm going to delete a few more of these steam engines, and that should get us at least a little bit more steam going to... I wonder if I can get away with deleting all of those steam engines. I'm going to bet I can't. I'm going to bet that would break something. But I'm kind of inclined to try. But I should be able to do, like, that. Those ones weren't doing anything. Well, I mean, they were doing things, but they're not part of the connection paths. So that should allow a little bit more steam through. But, like, this is... Yeah, it's trying to run these guys at pretty high power output, too. So this could also be part of the problem, is that our, like, overall base... I bet I just broke something. Our overall base power consumption is pretty high, and that's gonna mean that, you know, yes, we've got these guys running, but, like, you can see these guys are running at half to 3/4 capacity, right? Which means that it wants to run these also at fairly high capacity, and that could be causing issues as well. Really, these just need to pull enough steam to stop steam from backing up and breaking tar processing. That's it. That's all they need to do. All the rest of the steam can go to other things. Alright, these are turning on a little bit again. Yeah, I don't love how little steam is making it through to that system, because I thought I had a much larger surplus from tar processing, but... I mean, I have been pulling pitch out, right? Pitch goes and makes stone now. Anthracene, apparently I sent somewhere. So I have been slowly leeching off of that tar processing build. So yeah, it doesn't make as much steam as it used to. I don't know. I'm still not convinced that I understand what's going on. Because the steam production of all of this is huge. And it should be more than enough to run my tar processing and my tin. Plus we have extra steam. Did I miss something along this path where something is... Not really. I'm impressed that this is just sitting at such a consistent level. Yeah, then this is, yeah, about the same as the other one. It's pulling through about 400 a second. And again, it's sitting at that, like, 1.4 level. But, like, what this means is that we're pulling through all of the steam that that can make. Yeah, I'm gonna blame the liquid fuels not burning off. Where does this go? Aromatics down to what? What are you? Oh, okay, that's fine. That's zinc. Yeah, that's the other question. What else is on here that I should maybe not just have marked as low priority, but turn off entirely? Are we pushing any more, you know, tar processing products to rails that I really don't want to be? There's this. This is pulling coke. But not a huge amount, realistically. Alright, well, we got enough steam. This is turning back on. So that's at least temporarily a half-decent sign. Tin plates coming through again. Yeah, alright. So this should... I mean, it's going to take a minute for all of this to properly turn back on, but it'll try to turn itself back on. Ugh, I would love for circuits to not break for one day. This is the, like, second time in the past few streams where I've seen tin break on lack of steam like that. And it was stable for so long. That's what concerns me, is that I'm missing something that I should understand about why it's breaking. But who knows? Alright, so here we're missing... What are we missing? We're missing circuits, and we're missing... We're missing optical sets. Those should have been delivered by now. Okay, where's glass? Oh, well, look at that. There's the optical set belt that is not actually connected to the optical set train station. Okay, let's fix that. That's an easy fix. And then, what does the to-do list say is next? I'm still avoiding cotton guts. Oh, I could do sea sponges, probably. I bet we have had time. Well, maybe. Have we had time for the sea sponge machines to be crafted? Yes, okay. So yeah, we could do sea sponges. That might be a, that should be a pretty quick build. Alright, here's glass processing, and here's optical sets. What's our output from this? 1 blue. Alright. And how do our train blocks look? Everything looks good. Okay. So it's going to take a minute for this to fill up enough with these to get a delivery, but we're also not going to get a delivery of circuits anytime soon. So it doesn't really matter. Circuits are sitting, yeah. We have no circuits left to deliver. Batteries are nearly full. That's a good sign. We don't need many of those, but, like, yay, batteries have been working. Yeah, this directs circuits firstly up to the mall before it will allow them to go to the to rails. So right now the mall is the priority. I can invert that if I so desire, but I don't really want to. Why are trains returning to the depot? I don't know. Okay. What's next? Should we do the sea sponge build? Let's do sea sponges. So let's shopping list, export to blueprint, requester chest, and we will import that blueprint. Name the logistics request. Take sponge. All right. I don't think we have ADC sponges. I don't think we made that many, but we have some, and we can start the system bootstrapping. Let's, head over here. Let's see how many sea sponges we have sitting next to our creature chamber. We should have at least a few. Oh, and I could also grab a few more Digosaurs if we have them ready to go. Oh, look at that, we do. Let's clear this. Yeah, we have 12 sea sponges, so I think we're only going to be able to do... It's going to take us a little bit to bootstrap all the sea sponges, is my point. But that'll be fine. We'll get it done. What else can I clear from my inventory? Not a lot. All right. Great. I'm too far south. The bots are all being routed to weird charging stations. They can't make it all the way from this area, like all the way down to the bottom without having to charge. So you can see they all got routed to weird spots. And now they're coming back north to where I actually am, which means that some of our requests might take a second. So while we're waiting for them, let's review YAFC again, and let's see where we're at. So if we scroll down to the bottom here, we're about to do the sea sponge build, so we can clear that out of the way, and we've done laboratory instruments. Formamide is weird because it needs methanol to bootstrap. I'm not sure how I'm gonna do that yet. So I've been avoiding doing this because I haven't made up my mind about that. Move that up to the top. Oh, automation science packs are done. Yeah. Cotton guts, I'm just avoiding doing because I just don't want to deal with them right now. It's not going to be a huge hassle. It's a biggish build and it's a rebuild. Biosamples are not terrible to do. Yeah, we just need to make the bio containers and feed that into an incubator with heat. A little bit of native flora. So we could do biosample pretty easily. We have to figure out how we want to scale this so it works right, but yeah. I mean, probably like 2 incubators worth of biosamples or something like that would be the scale. Primers here is also a pretty easy build. Something else that needs jerky, so that's sketchy. But other than that, shells, sap. I mean, most of this stuff is not imported, right? It's just like shells and jerky. Biology spores we should be doing on site. I missed that in the ingredients and water pumping. Oh. There we go. So yeah, that's pretty simple to do. Some of these ratios are a little funky. So like setting request thresholds just for laboratory instruments and shells, we might want to try to do so that it'll request these in smaller amounts than Petri dish and jerky. But other than that, and then retrovirus, we did do the rock cocoon build. So this should be pretty easy to make. The only weird thing is maybe liquid nitrogen. But even that we can do on site, right? So Casein I have set up as making hydrogen chloride. Because I'm sure that I'm not dealing with chlorine. If I find... Yeah, where I'm doing saltwater electrolysis. I think here we do end up using the chlorine. Yeah, because it goes into there. But here... Yeah, we just have a big old tank full of chlorine. So, hydrogen chloride. Got to start using it. I might need to find other uses of chlorine as well. And then here is... Yeah, that's fine. That's up top. So yeah, sodium hydroxide is stalled because we're not using chlorine. So getting chlorine usage would be good. We're not going to use a ton of it in Casein, but still. We'll use a little bit. And then, oh, this doesn't need... Oh, right, wastewater to urea, and then we make urea our general waste product on rails. That is correct. Yeah, oxygen and urea are standard, like, byproducts that I let stations have. Plasmids are easy. We already had plasmids for PySci2. Cotton guts, formamide, polymerase, we need the retrovirus for, and then good alien samples is, you know, bringing a bunch of things together, so. But... Oh, and even this is just like make microfiber and then feed in with all of the rest of these things. So that's not too wild. And what's that made in? A gene lab. Okay. Logi Science needs the plasmids and the cotton guts. Like I said, plasmids is easy. Cotton guts I'm just avoiding. We're really close. All right. Back to work. Do we have all of our stuff for this sponge build? Yes. Let's go drop down a bunch of... How big is a sponge machine anyway? Not big, not small. Okay. Where do I have a spot where I could drop like 10 of these? That's the question. I guess I could do it like right here. Next to... Actually... Given that we have 1 input, 2 outputs... No. We have 3 outputs, because sponge... Oh, look at this. This is atrocious. Sea sponge sprouts spoil into quartz ore. Okay. So, this needs 4 stations to work, so I can't share this where I have a spare slot. I do need to actually build it, in a dedicated location. Alright, Twitch is telling me that it is once again nearly ad o'clock, so we're gonna let Twitch run ads. I think I am just gonna add some more rails over here. And when we come back from the break, we'll get the sea sponge build done, which shouldn't take long, and we'll figure out what the next one I want to work on is after that. So I'll see everyone in just a few minutes, and I'll just let the bots finish doing this in the interim. All right. Which says there's still a few seconds left on the ad break, but we can get started on some of these bits and pieces. So we're going to have a solid drop-off. All right, and the ad break is over. Welcome back, everybody, if you got the full 3 minutes of ads. Solid drop-off, solid pickup, solid pickup. So this is going to be for... Wait, it's not a solid drop-off. It's a fluid drop-off. This is Zogna as an input. Oops. Clear this. Fluid drop-off. There we go. This brings in Zogna. Yep, and we can just power that. Our two outputs, one of these is going to be the sea sponges themselves, and one of these is going to be any spoiled sea sponge, what are they called? Sprouts. And then we also have a salt water output. That will be a fluid pickup station here. And this needs to be marked as high priority. That way, we will always make sure that we clear... Am I out of landfill? No, I just hit Alt-F again by accident. That way we'll make sure to always clear the buffer from the side products before we go to our main saline water production. Fix the signals around the stations. Okay. So... we basically have... we have 10 sponge cultures, so let's drop those down. How do I want to do this? I'm contemplating the size and shape of these and how I want to hook this up, but I think they're just big enough that it's going to be a little bit awkward no matter what, so... Alright. So we want to make sea sponge. Okay, and this has Zogna in one side and the muddy sludge in the other. So let's grab this. Let's flip it. And we're going to do, like, here. Alright, one of these guys gets modules. The rest of these sponges we need to use for, like, the bootstrapping portion of this, so we'll take care of that in a second. We got this. This will make sponge sprouts. Yeah. And all of this goes in here. There's no other inputs to this. It's just sponge sprouts. All right. So that is... 7, 8, 9, 10. All right. Let's also get... Zogna and muddy sludge pathing sorted. I actually want to not have inserters on these ones to start with. Okay. Now, each of these is going to have outserters for sponges. Look at that. It's almost like I planned it. I sort of did. Muddy sludge will be over here. Is this just one washer for muddy sludge? It is. It's always nice when it's just one washer. So the washer will be muddy sludge. There. That means we can do one soil extractor there. They connect pretty cleanly when you do that. And that'll be water in to that. Okay. Get the rest of the outserters here. And then at the end, we want to split output priority left. We want the sponges to come in and be used to feed the loop. Otherwise, they go out, and we're making a whopping 0.1 sponge a second, so that is just one gray inserter. Okay. And then the last thing we need is at the end here, a output priority right for quartz ore. That will come in here, which means that needs to be a high priority station. Let's grab that, because this is a byproduct. Build some more of those. And that is, again, just one of these. And then if this ever builds up so much quartz ore that it... what I can actually do to try to stop it from accumulating quartz ore... Maybe I should do this. First of all, let's just get... Let's get power to all of these. If I grab this signal out, and I enable when sponge is less than 50,000? No, 5,000. 100 times 50. Yeah, 5,000. There we go. So that'll keep this from basically overfilling this with sea sponge, so that this will halt production, and that should pretty much stop us from making quartz ore. But we still do want to deal with it just in case. We also do potentially need to deal with quartz ore that needs to come out. Just in case. And on this side, we should whitelist these to just sea sponges themselves. Okay. Quartz ore. Okay. That should be better. And then for now, what I'm actually going to do, we're going to take the sponges out of this end. We're going to put them in here. And we're going to just cut this belt. So what this will do is this will just loop the one machine for a while. And eventually it'll start to accumulate some sponges. And once it has accrued some sponges, we can... There we go. Once it's accumulated some sponges, we can add the modules to the next ones, and so on and so forth. But for now, we can just run the one of them. This is almost certainly gonna make... Oh, we don't have Zogna. But why? Oh, because I didn't put my request in right. Like I was saying, this is almost certainly going to make extra sprouts, so what I should probably do is like this. That's not great. All right, and has this been issued its request yet for the bacteria? Yes. All right, one thing left to do, and that is this saline water output for these guys. Really? All right, there we go. And that'll be the saline water output. This is already set to high priority. All right, that's sea sponge. We're gonna have to wait for it to loop a few times. Hopefully these last long enough. Oh, these are a 15-minute spoil. That may have been a bad idea to start those before we had the Zogna delivery. How long is the crafting time on these? 70 seconds? Alright. Yeah, we'll get a few crafts out of them. Alright, here comes the Zogna. I might need to micromanage this. Is what I'm realizing. Because yeah, one sprouts makes one sponge, and then one sponge makes 2 sprouts. Okay. So yeah, this is going to be making several sprouts. I'm worried about this. It shouldn't be able to latch up. I think this will work in this loop. Obviously, a bunch of sprouts are going to decay with only one machine, like, running full time because the ratios are all wrong. But... Yeah, this is just going to spit out a bunch more sprouts. I think what I want to do is I'm actually going to have this feed right now all of its sponge output to... No, not even to that. Let's just set up a storage chest here. Okay. And what I can do here now is micromanage the sponges. So like this is gonna make 8 or something, which is enough for me to turn on, populate the next one of these, and then drop a couple more sponges in here, and like that's gonna be the kind of the pattern for a little bit. I'm trying to think if there's a way that I can do this, like with, you know, actually, I bet I can. Because right now, this is using this. If I do that... No, I don't like that. I was thinking I could read contents on these assemblers and have this only make sponge when one is empty. But, like, really I need to know how many of them are empty and how many of them can currently craft because they have modules. So, like, those numbers would constantly be changing. I don't know. I think I'm going to let this run, and then I'll come back and I'll swap some in, and then I'll come back again. We're going to do it. We're going to do it by hand. We'll hand bootstrap them. I'm just trying to keep the baby sponges from spoiling. That's the big thing that I care about. All right. Formamide needs me to figure out how I want to bootstrap methane for it, which I don't want to do right now. Biosample needs... What does biosample need? Biosample I think I can just do. I think a lot of these I can just do. I thought I did pour alien samples. Did I not? I did. I just didn't check it off. It's not running for some reason. Oh. Well, it's not running for a couple of reasons. But we still haven't gotten bone, which is... No, this has bones. Why isn't this running? Let's go fix this. I think this just jammed up because Petri dishes kept spoiling because it... Like, yes, I set it up to loop them, but that only works for so long. No, this should be input oh, I see what I did wrong. These are coming out on the wrong side of the... Yeah, okay. That's my fault. They gotta come on the same side of the belt, or it screws up the prioritization on the inputs. So now this should be able to run and get itself the Petri dishes it needs. And it would probably also help if I used the right, put an outserter in between these. Okay. There we go. And we're going to just keep picking up the ones from the bottom half of this belt, because they shouldn't be there. Drop them in. Drop off the rest of them in here. Alright, now this should be able to run, and run consistently. So that is poor alien samples. Cool. Poor alien samples. Check. Ugh. I think good alien sample needs some of the other things as inputs. Let's head to YAFC real quick again, because this is my life. YAFC is my life. Okay. Yeah, let's do biosamples. Biosamples are easy enough. It's a bunch of ingredients for the biocontainers, and then those feed right into a couple of incubators and a couple of burners. We are going to do this at probably a little bit of a bigger scale, because biosamples are something that we need for, yeah, Earth DNA samples, cDNA, etc. So we're gonna make more of these than this. We're gonna do this at like double or triple this scale, I think. Let's start with 3 and see how miserable this looks, and we'll go from there. So biocontainer with 3 of these is easy. Heat generation with burners is still not that much. I mean, we've got 4 burners to 3 incubators, which is an awful ratio, but other than that... This is apparently the, where they actually ratio, which also brings in a whole belt of native flora. I don't hate the idea of doing this. Like, it's silly. It's completely unnecessary. But we can do it. But with this much fiber, is it also maybe better to run this off of coal? I bet I can run this off of, like, 1... Oh, 3! Wow, 3 coke power plants. But still, I always need the ash. So yeah, let's run this off of coke instead of fiber, and let's do this. This build is absolute overkill, but, like, there's not another biosample recipe, and there's not another biocontainer recipe, so, like, whatever. We'll have extras forever. Let's shopping list, export to requester chest. And if someone knows a better way to do this, like, import dance that I do with YAFC, please let me know, because I would appreciate it. What I do is I take the requester chest blueprint, and then I can give it a name, delete the chest, and then I can add it to my personal logistics. I wonder if there's a mod that would, like, let me paste a blueprint string as a logistics thing, because I end up with these extra blueprints that I need to clear out of my inventory every once in a while, which are all titled shopping list. Maybe I'll open a patch to at least put the name of the name of the tab into the... I actually we're going to do 12 flora collectors, so it's an even number. I think everything else is correct. What was I saying? Put the name of the YAFC sheet into the blueprint name, so they're not all just called shopping list. That would be a nice fix, and I am sure that I could open that pull request. So if I remember, I might do that. Another train has unexpectedly returned to the depot. But why? I'm still not sure what causes that in CyberSyn. It's not happening as often as it was. It was happening a lot for a little while, and I was really concerned about it. It does seem like it's happening less often now, but I still don't understand what causes YAFC to get into, or YAFC, CyberSyn to get into that weird state in the first place. Alright, so we're just waiting for one more Flora collector. There it is. The rest of our inventory, we've actually got all of our requests fulfilled. This never happens. Let's get rid of those. What else can I trash while I'm thinking about it? Yeah, alright. I'm not quite ready in my life to flip on the trash unrequested switch, but we are, you know, for the most part, trying to keep things cleaned out. So, if we're going to do these biosamples, they need to be near native flora, and it needs to be someplace I can do a lot of native flora mining. So I think we're going to come over to this native flora patch, and we're going to do them over here. How are these guys going? I never put a outserter. I've been on the struggle bus today. I've been making mistakes like that very frequently. Oh, we've got a bunch of automation science packs ready to go. Look at that. And what are we doing here? We've got... Yeah, the poor alien samples are starting to run, and those are going to end up here. All right, yeah, those are going to take a little bit longer to start buffering, but that's fine. And then lastly, let's get over here and let's get this build for the biosamples going. So this is basically, we have one... Let's go back and let's think about our inputs and outputs, actually. So we've got these 5 inputs coming in, feeding into the bio containers, and then we have those feed out to all the incubators along with native flora. Okay. So I think I mean, we need at least 3 stations. I could separate the coke, maybe. I don't think I need to, but I could. All right. I don't think I'm going to, though. So we're going to have our input here. Fluid drop-off. Sorry, solid drop-off. And this is going to request all of the things that we need. So titanium plate. Lead plate, steel plate, and glass. Okay. And actually, this is going to fill this station unless I use smaller requests, and I don't really want to for this. So we will do a second station. Well, the other option than smaller requests is to put in a deposit here instead of a warehouse, but I also don't want to do that. So this will be what we bring in right here is just these 4 things, and that'll fill all 120 slots that are in this station. And then that feeds directly into this automated factory doing the containers. 1, 1, 1, 2. All right. So that's like that. And then that outputs 1 biocontainer a second. Done. All right. So that's it. That's the biocontainer part. And then we need our flora collectors. All right, so we need to feed these to how many incubators? 10 incubators. All right. We might be a little too close here to everything, to the rails. For where we want to build the incubators. So I'm going to pull this back up a little bit. And we're going to do, we need another solid drop-off for, and this is going to be just for Coke. How big are these Coke power plants? They're pretty big. They're pretty big. Okay. You know what I'm gonna do, actually? Maybe I pull everything through to this side? No, I don't want to do that. Alright, so we're gonna get these guys here. We're gonna get our 3 coal power plants. These, like, sort of define our whole build, so let's get them done. And then these are making biosamples. Okay, yeah, and these can only pull heat from one side, and that is... Oh, this is gonna stink! I have to get... Okay. Wait, where can't you get to? Oh. Alright, they should be able to path now. Okay, so if we have 2 of these and a bunch of... Three, 4, 5. How many is this? 9 of them? All right. But I don't have enough heat pipes, unfortunately. No, and I can't make enough heat pipes. Ugh. Okay. But then these would need to... I mean, we're going to bring in 2 inputs, right? And then we'd have our output. And that's fine. So then... the question is now, how do I just align all of these pieces and get all the belts where I want them to be? So this can come over here. Kind of like that. Bring the heat pipes over to here. Each of these consumes 0.4 a second of coal, so that's fine. And they'll have an output as well. We'll take that belt down here. Where it will... it'll end up in a solid pickup as a byproduct. Okay. Oh, you can't leave. Did I not? Oh, I didn't. Okay. So that is fine there. That means that we want this whole thing. If we can, we want it to be aligned like here. And we really can't quite. We can take it like... I don't know. Here's pretty good. I mean, I'd like all of these to be fully covered where they're not gonna... yeah. So this comes in on the inside. And then we have one more belt, and these will be the bio containers. Which need to come out of this thing. 1 a second. Got to do a little bit of belt swizzling, that's okay. And then the output will come right here if I grab another solid pickup station. We use the long-handed inserters to get over the heat pipes. We have 1 a second feeding into this. Okay. I don't love this build, but I don't absolutely hate it, so it's what we're going with. We do need a few more heat pipes, but otherwise, I think it is done. Coke. Yeah, so these are going to start heating up. Yeah, these are already above their required temperature. No issues there. These are just waiting for steel, which should be on the way. Yep. We need to power this. Oh, and that's the other thing I need to do, of course, is deal with potential biocrud out. Input priority right, output priority filtered to flora. And then coming out of here, can't see anything. Literally can't see what I'm doing here. Let's move all of this over to where I can see. All right. I might have pollution off, but doesn't mean... Okay. And then we're going to have another solid pickup here. And this one will have the biomass slash fluorospalanin come on down. And we do this in 2 phases always for this, because we only want biomass to go on rails. And then this will come right over here. So any fluorospalanin will end up in the outer one, and then the inner one will wait until it's actually biomass fully decayed before it ends up on rails. And this is pretty much what I do for fluorospalanin everywhere. This needs power. And we're just missing a handful of... Here, let's borrow some steel. I need one more. I need, like, one more duralumin. Oh, that's awful. Okay, I do make duralumin near here, though, don't I? Like, right here? Yeah, totally. Okay, I'm just gonna grab it. We're not gonna go all the way back to the mall for one heat pipe. There's vitrolloy. Where's duralumin? Oh, over here. That's right. I forgot it was the other side of the road from the rest of the alloys. Currently no molten aluminum. That concerns me. Why are we stopped? We have no aluminum ore. We have no aluminum ore because we have no what? I don't know how that's possible. I mean, maybe that is possible. But... wow. I mean, I guess we're only making so much coal gas. Yeah. Wait, but... Oh my god, how did I achieve that? I don't know how I messed up my blueprint. But there we go. Now it knows there's coal gas available. I still don't know if that can actually keep up with what aluminum needs. It probably can't. You know, I had a lot more coal gas going on up here. But I guess I can check what that needs. If I find molten aluminum, we want to do aluminum mining. Oh, a solid 107 coal gas a second. All right, and we're getting that from Coke. No. The answer is no. We need a lot more coal gas than that. We did it from coal. Okay. It would be like 2 belts of coal to make that much coal gas. A little bit less if we also immediately liquefied Coke. Still basically 2 belts of coal. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, if I want to keep aluminum running, all that coal gas. And then we need to be able to process all this tar. And I'm pretty sure our tar processing build is only scaled for like 100 tar a second. Okay, that's something to think about. Is that our aluminum is going to be incredibly coal gas heavy. We will have to figure that out. And, you know, we also do need coal gas to go into syngas, right? That's a real thing. So, good to know. Not something I'm fixing now. We'll add it to the to-do list after science. Unless it becomes really broken, then it gets lifted up before science, but biosamples are done. That's the important part, is biosamples are done. We needed one more heat pipe. Let's go up there and drop that heat pipe off, so our last machine can turn on. Yeah, so 3 of these is like exactly enough heat for these biosamples. So in the case when basically getting up to temperature is going to take a second. This should be able to get itself up to temperature, and then it should basically just stay locked at, yeah, 200.0. It's interesting that it's going higher, but okay, all of these are running now. Biosamples are going. We've already got a stack of them buffered. Cool. If we go back to YAFC, as always, let's check it off the list. Unified Science, biosamples, done. We've got plasmids and primers to do, both of which use the laboratory instruments I made. And the other thing that needs the laboratory instruments is DNA polymerase, which also needs the retrovirus. Retrovirus is a bigger build, and I'm not sure I feel like doing it right now. But plasmids, I think we can jump on. It says 11 things. What do I have in my to-do list here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, yep, 11 things. Yeah, let's do plasmids and primers. Plasmids is a just awkward layout, so we're gonna have to play around with how we want to lay this out between the microorganism mines and the biofactories. So let's get these into their own tabs. Whoops. And incubated petri dishes. Because we needed just over 2 of these. And I feel like it's easier to do it like this. We're going to have 2 of these each on 1 biofactory each, right? And then also feeding in the glassware and the laboratory instruments and the Zogna. Okay, so this is what we'll do for plasmids. And then primers. How much do we actually need of those? 0.011. All right. All right, so 1 building's worth is more than enough. We're not going to do this at full scale, obviously. Yeah, this is too big. We'll do phagogy, spores, phagogy, clear fixed building count. I think I saw that like it was a little over 1 phytoplankton machine. Yeah, 1.27. So if we scale it to 2 of those, then I think we're still going to need to do... This is gross. This is actually disgusting. We might be able to do 3 microorganism mines around each biofactory. Or we do it in pairs and we need 3 biofactories. Either way, we need 6 microorganism mines and at least 2 biofactories here. All right. Let's get our shopping list exported. And we'll have to do both of these shopping lists, actually. Primers. The other one is plasmids, shopping list, export to blueprint, import to blueprint. Okay. And then primers. Oops. Primers. I said I wanted to upgrade this to 6 of these, and we might end up needing 3 biofactories. We might be able to do 2 with 3 microorganism mines around each, but I'll ask for 3 just to be on the safe side. Oh, did I not put modules in the sap extractors? I did not put modules in the sap extractors. All right, so we actually only need 3 sap modules, sap extractors, but we need 6 trees. Okay. So we'll fix that to 3 of those, and we will add the sap trees at 6. Okay. I think that's hopefully everything we need for these two little builds. The question is, do I want to scale these up even further? Plasmids are also used in cDNA. I'm making 0.2 a second. we need 0.1. So this is nearly a double-sized plasmids build. I think that's probably good enough. Primers aren't used for a while. Okay, we'll need more for great alien samples, but that's future science. And everything after that is even past blue science, so I'm just not worried about it. All right, primers I don't care about. Building bigger. Plasmids, we're already building double scale, so I think that's okay. All right, Twitch is telling me that it is ad o'clock again, so we'll let the ad run while I get the bots to deliver everything to my inventory. And when we come back from the ad, we will get the plasmids build and the primers build sorted, and then we will have less than 10 things, I think, left. Yeah, we'll be under 10. All right, see everyone in just a few minutes. Okay. I'm going to mute and step away while this runs, and then I'll find a spot while the bots deliver things and the ad runs. Okay, the bots have delivered everything. So let's find a spot to do these builds. The plasmids is small, so I can do them pretty much anywhere. That's just 3 train stations in total. Actually, maybe I can squeeze them in. I've got space for 3 stations here. But I don't know if I actually have the space to do the build here, since I did this one here, like this. Oh, I also do need to give the sponges a little more, sponging. So I forgot that I set them up so that I need to hand feed them. So let's go do that. All right, and welcome back from the ad break for those who see ads. We are going to... There we go. We're going to get a few more sponges looping. And I'm going to let them... I think we're going to let the first batch of them just... Yeah, we're going to let these, like, 4 of them, I think, turn into more sponges. We're going to try to get, 8 of them at a time that I can grab and move over. I guess I could just... The problem is I know that we're going to turn a bunch of them that we shouldn't into... Whatever. It's fine. A bunch of them are going to decay. We're just going to deal with that. And in the interim, these guys will be able to loop, and they will make some extras. And then... Yeah, we're just going to have to deal with the decay, I think, is the thing there. I wonder if I even just do that. Because these guys will grab when they can, right? They'll output 1, they'll be done with a craft, and then this will run, and it'll be able to grab one of the ones that goes by. And then the other one vanishes, potentially. I'm worried what this is going to end up doing is... looping 1 sponge into 2 spongelets, and then only one of those sponge sprouts will get picked up, or whatever they're called. Yeah, sponge sprouts is going to get picked up, and then the other one slides on down here and decays, and then we never end up with, like, a positive balance of sponge. So I think I need to do like this. And what this will do is it'll let ones that have decayed pass through, but otherwise it's going to try to keep, like, multiplying them. I don't know if this is going to work or not. It's possible that this is going to stall. And I'm going to have to, well... With 2 machines that have sponges in them, and I can at least hand whatever. If I turn this off... Wait. I've got an idea. So this is currently set to enable disable if this is below 50,000, which is the threshold of this. But if I grab that, hold all belts, now I can say run this when the sprouts are less than 2. Basically, only run this when there's no sprouts back here. Sure, there's 1 right now, so it's going to try to run some. And that's fine. And that way we don't back up a huge number of sea sprouts in this loop. And they will start to accrue And I am going to go back to doing, like, this thing instead of sending them up here, just because we don't need them going out to rails yet. Okay. I think this is going to be better. I think. We're still going to have sponge sprouts that decay, but it should be fewer of them because this will stay turned off. Okay, let's do that. Hopefully that's going to work well enough for that to be able to bootstrap itself. This, I think I can turn on now. We have moss, we have stone, we have all the petri dishes in. Yes, we can turn this on, finally. We've been waiting so long to turn it on. Oh, and of course I have errors. Ooh. That's unfortunate. Okay, well this one is an easy fix. And it's just used for avoiding byproducts, so it's not as big of a deal. But this is like our main output, so unfortunately it's kind of gross, but we're gonna do this. Alright. And if this is all set up correctly, this should make very little biocrud. But it might make some. So, we'll just have to deal with that. I talked through the whole design of this. Was that last session or the one before? I don't remember. I really don't. Okay. Clear that. Let's get our let's get primers built. And no, not primers. We'll do the other one first. We'll do plasmids first, and then we'll do primers. Let's come over to... Do I need flora for either of these, by the way? I don't. Okay. I want to leave kind of this spot here available for some other build that might need native flora. I don't want to build into that particular corner right away. Let's do plasmids. Plasmids need 3 stations. I was trying to decide if I could squeeze them in here, and I don't think I can. I don't see that happening. So, where else do I potentially have 3 stations available is kind of the question. Not here. I might have to do a new prong, and that's fine. I was trying to avoid it, but I can do it. I'm running out of space in like my current set of boxes, and I'm trying not to have to build a whole bunch of new rail infra. Ooh, let's be careful. Remember, that's off grid. So yeah, this is on grid. Okay. I could probably fix these blueprints so that they're actually set up on the right grid, but I don't know how well that works with like rotation and like if my X and Y grid aren't the same and I rotate a blueprint. I just need to play with it and see if it works, honestly. Because like my origin is somewhat arbitrary, right? And yes, the blueprint's tile, but Okay, so we're gonna have solid drop-off to start with here. And what do we need to bring in? Glassware, laboratory instruments, and petri dishes. Okay. And these are going to be smaller thresholds, because we're only making 0.2 of these a second. Okay. How are, this isn't what I was thinking how are, but okay, yeah, cool. We have sponges backing up already. Sweet. That's gonna work. Where did I do that build? Here they are. Are these running yet? The answer is no, because they still don't have circuits. Okay. And that's kind of expected, because, like, circuits have been my nemesis for the past couple of sessions. Yeah, batteries are slow. I think batteries are quote-unquote fine, but we'll see. I might need more batteries, because batteries are also used in Logisci in addition to circuits. And in the mall, etc. So we might need to scale up batteries a little bit. In general, though, this seems like it's doing okay. I think it's just going to take a while for circuits to back up again to the point where they'll get directed to rails, right? Because the mall is the priority still, which is what I want while I'm building things and I'm getting it built out. Yeah, okay, it is starting to back up along the belts. Cool. So it might not be that much longer until... Oh yeah, we're already down to, like, here. Might not be that much longer till they start getting to... Alright, so... We're gonna have a biofactory... And I said, like, 2 microorganism mines. So if we have coming in here our petri dishes, we output petri dishes, petri dishes, petri dishes. Our other 2 inputs. Oh, and I have a fluid input to deal with. All right, that's fine. We'll do that off to the side. Our other 2 inputs will come in on this belt. And they're both very low quantity, so it's just like that. Beautiful. And then the Zogna needs to be, like, coming out here. And then we'll connect those up somehow. Okay. Cool. That's easy. I don't mind this at all. Okay. So our 2 inputs are both very low quantity. So one of these is going to be glassware. And one of these is going to be the laboratory instruments. Oh, and I forgot my actual outserters, of course. And these need to be the plasmids so they don't accidentally pull out any of the petri dishes. So that's fine. And then the output of that will come right down here. We also need Zogna in. That's a fluid pickup, which, yeah, is, or sorry, fluid drop off. Either way, it's not going right here. Ooh, is it? Is it? Oh, it totally is. It goes right here. Beautiful. I'll take it. All right, and this is going to request bacteria. And then this will be... We'll just loop the petri dishes, right? So we only need 0.2 of those a second, so... Dish. And then any that come out that are spoiled, we just put right back into this, and then they get fed back out. And that avoids the need for any weirdness with them. We don't have to do anything with weird priority splitters. We don't have to do anything. We just feed them right back in, and that will eventually stop them from being delivered. Now, why are we not getting petri dishes is the question. Why no? Oh. 'Cause I reversed a underground. Of course I did. All right. How long has that been broken? Too long. Oh, wait. But you... Interesting. I didn't realize that that was even a possible failure case. Because, like, if this can't make a dish, the agar in it spoils, and this will insert the next agar, and so on and so forth. This agar should always be older than this one. So this should always spoil first. But these are all full of biocrud. And I'm curious what the sequencing that needs to happen is for that failure to occur. Unfortunately, I don't know. So we're gonna at least have to clean this biocrud out, but this build is also really not designed to get biocrud out of these, so I need to update that design so it can do that. Alright, so I need to go fix those dishes, but this build is otherwise, I think, done. There's not a lot else that... Oh, let's do an output belt, and then we can call it done. I was gonna say, there's not really a lot that can go... Whoops. Here, we don't need any of this far down, actually. There's not really a lot that can go... wrong with this build, so... Let's just do a solid pickup station right here. How many of those are we making in total? 0.2 a second. Yeah, that fits fine in one gray inserter. Okay. Let's go fix... This build should be done. Let's go fix... Petri dishes. Oh, sorry, Ajit, I just saw you said hi. I missed the notification sound for that, I guess. Good to see you. Welcome back. Where am I going? Oh, how's this going, by the way? Have we made some studs? Yes. How hard, easy is this game to learn? I think the basic Factorio is pretty straightforward to learn. The obviously this mod pack is very, very complicated, and there's a lot more going on than the base game. But the base game is very approachable and I think very well designed. How did I start? Oh, I mean, I've been playing Factorio for a long time. There is like a tutorial section in the game. It's not super well fleshed out. The tutorial is kind of what's left over from when they thought they were going to have like a campaign mode before they realized that just like building the factory was the fun part. But like running through that takes just a few minutes, and we'll teach you the basics, and then otherwise just like the game does a really good job because of how, and again, I'm playing a very complicated mod. But like, because the tech tree, because of how the tech tree works, and especially with version 2.0, since the expansion pack, the DLC, you have these, what they call trigger, techs that like happen as you do things, and because of how the tech tree is organized, you pretty much always have a pretty clear path of progression, and it's pretty rare that you get to a point in the base game where you don't know what to do next. Again, obviously, in really complicated mods, there's lots of times that I don't know what to do next playing Pyanodons, but yeah, there's not You need to know a lot less to get into it than you might think watching this. Just because, again, this is so much more complicated than the base game. These are full-grown studs, and these are stud pups. And why are those in... Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Oh, I forgot that's how this worked. Okay, I understand what's going on now. It's fine the way this is happening, but I think it means that the system is running more slowly than it would otherwise be. So we're going to move this up, and we're going to put this here filtered for the cotton gut studs. Okay. So what happens, the way this works, is we grow the cotton gut stud pups into cotton gut studs, and then 2 studs can make pups naturally. But there's one of them always perishes in the process, and there's a 50% chance that the other one does as well. No, sorry. One of them always survives. There's a 50% chance that the other one perishes. What that means is that we're getting outputs of the studs back into this box that I thought was just going to be the stud pups. And the studs aren't being cycled. We're having to wait for 2 new studs from this machine every time, which means this machine isn't running as quickly as it could. I don't know if that's a problem because, like, look how many of these stud pups we have. But still, we can make sure that the system is doing what it needs to do. And this is what I was checking, and the answer is I have plenty of cotton gut studs now to do all of my full cotton gut build. I'm not going to do that tonight. That is for next time, but it's been sitting on the to-do list for a while, and I've been steadfastly avoiding it, so it's good to see at least that we have all the things that we need to do it. I need to fix this. So these all have BioCrud in them, which means that I need to do BioCrud out. I didn't think that I was going to need to in this build, and I still don't think this is going to run very often, but I do want to make sure that it is set up. Because we use these Petri dishes everywhere, right? So if this is broken, like, lots of things break. And then any BioCrud just comes right out here and joins the rest of the party. Okay. That should be better. Maybe not great, but better. A train has unexpectedly returned. I still don't know why CyberSyn does that sometimes. But they never seem to be in, like, an unusual state, the trains themselves. So let me, while I'm thinking, did I ever drop off the last Digosaurs? I didn't. We don't have food? What? Are we out of meat? That should be basically impossible. I don't believe that. No. But this doesn't have an A signal. Oh. What? Oh, it's a ghost. Look at that. Shoot. This one's fine. This one's fine. I missed that when I pasted that, it was a ghost. Okay. I need some circuits. I do also need the 4 more digosaurs. So I'll grab the dinosaurs and we'll drop those off, and we will also grab what we need. Grab some circuits from my secret circuit stash, aka the old build, so I can make a constant combinator. Okay. So we should be able to now drop off the dinos where they need to be, and the that constant combinator where it needs to go. I think the dinos are down here. Yes. All right, and that'll fix meat for all of these guys. Of course, those guys are running on jerky. This is a question. Oh, I don't know if I even can get the jerky out of these. So I think if they end up running on jerky, because it spoils inside the machine, there's not a lot I can do about that. But I don't think that's likely to happen very often. I think we should always be, like, refreshing the meat in the general case. It's just when, it's just because they were broken, or those ones didn't have the modules, right? So they weren't, Alright, now this has A. And V. I like that it does have V, so it's like, yes, we can totally void meat if we need to. Which is exactly what I wanted to see happen. Now we should have a train dispatched. Yeah. And if we follow this train... Let's see where this takes us. I think this is going to drop off at the Digosaurs for Nexalit, but I'm not totally sure about that. I should probably fix that radar coverage hole at the bottom of this area, too. Look, there's me. I can actually get in. But yeah, I should fix radar coverage down here. I need to fix radar coverage over here. There's obviously some missing bits and bobs. Oh yeah, this build isn't covered. How's it doing, by the way? Oh, we've got lots of biosamples. Excellent. Yes, this is going where I thought it would go. All right, we're in pretty good shape. The to-do list is down to 10 items. If each of those takes an hour, then we will be done with... We'll be done with Pi Science 2 still before 300 hours. Even if each of them takes 2 hours, we'll be done with Pi Science 2 before 300 hours. And I think several of those will be faster than an hour. I hope. But I'm going to call it here for tonight. It is way past my dinner time. I am hungry, and I've been kind of fuzzy for a while. The streamer brain is really setting in. So let's call it here. Next time, we've got all of these things to do. Cotton Guts should be a reasonably straightforward build. Like, we've done Cotton Guts before. Admittedly, it was 100 hours ago, but we've done them before. Formamide, primers. Most of these, I think I know what needs to go into them. So I think they should be straightforward. So yeah, thanks very much, everybody. Thanks very much if you're watching on YouTube. If you're watching on YouTube and want to watch live, there's a link to my Twitch down below. And if you want to do anything to feed the algorithm, that is also always appreciated because it really does help small channels like mine. I do Pyanodons every Tuesday and Thursday, and sometimes on Fridays if I decide that I just want to keep working on the factory instead of playing something else. Yeah, thanks very much, everyone, and I will see you in the next one.